Good morning. The Buffalo Bandits fall to the Saskatchewan Rush last night, 11-10 in Game 2 of the NLL Finals. With the series now tied at 1, both teams will come back to Buffalo for a winner-take-all Game 3 on Friday night at 7:30. If the Bandits win, they'll complete their three-peat. The Toronto Maple Leafs fall in Game 7, once again getting blown out by the Florida Panthers last night, losing 6-1 in Toronto. The Leafs had not advanced to the conference finals since 2002. Florida will now go on to face the Carolina Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 1 is on Tuesday. Over in the West, those finals are set as well. The Dallas Stars defeated the Winnipeg Jets on Saturday, 2-1 in overtime. They'll face off against the Edmonton Oilers in Game 1 on Wednesday. Over in the NBA, the conference finals are set as well as the OKC Thunder blow out the Denver Nuggets last night in Game 7, 125-93. The Thunder take on the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 on Tuesday. And over in the East, the New York Knicks and Indiana Pacers will start off with Game 1 of their conference finals on Wednesday. Scottie Scheffler took home the PGA Championship yesterday for the first time. He won by a landslide at Quail Hollow, shooting 11 under par, 5 better than anyone else in the field. The next major is the U.S. Open, which will start up in June in Oakmont, Pennsylvania. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. A little chill in the air. You could get away with shorts. I'm wearing shorts.
Also wearing shorts.
Okay, yeah, you can do it. 47, high of 57, partly cloudy. You know, it's all right. It's a cool kind of week. 57, 60, 55s. So, you know. I did see over the weekend on, what day was the beautiful day? Was that Friday? What was like 80 degrees?
Yes.
Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Nate's in. So Jeremy White, Nate Geary. Perfect post-golf. Not that Joe's not post-golf, but you're here post-major, which is, you know, something we need you for. But I saw Pat Hammer over the weekend tweet something to the effect of, this is the nicest day we will have until July 4th.
And it was like,
yeah,
blink twice. Like, are you kidding?
You can do that. You can see a month and a half in the future and say, like, this is as nice as it gets for 6 weeks. That doesn't mean there won't be other nice days, but that stuck with me. Oh yeah, isn't it beautiful out there? Not gonna be like this for
it's not gonna be like
6 weeks.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was beautiful over the weekend at times, chilly at times. Here we are. We got a little stretch here where I would say, if I may, Nate, that for the next maybe 6 weeks, we'll have the Toronto Maple Leafs of weather. Pretty good.
But not good enough?
But can be beaten by other days.
Sure.
Routinely. Yeah.
Can't make the best of their Sundays either.
I know. It's tough. It's real tough. I turned that game on last night. I was excited to watch Leafs-Panthers Game 7. And I turned it on halfway through the first period, like, all right, about to settle in, you know, doing stuff around the house, ready to sit down. Second period begins, and then it's like, boom, 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 boom. All right, I guess the game's over.
Body blow.
Yep. I had the Bandits game on my laptop, so I'm watching two at once. And it quickly became, all right, time to shift over to the game in Saskatchewan because I'm going to watch the Bandits instead. And then it became, you know, it's all over but the crying and hearing what the Leafs had to say. And what do you do there? What would you do? What would anyone do except here in Buffalo maybe laugh at them and take pride and take pleasure in their pain? Because it happened again. A Game 7... Not just a loss, but embarrassed.
Yeah.
Embarrassed.
After being embarrassed earlier in the series and then kind of fighting it back.
Yeah.
In clawing back and still losing in the most predictable fashion. I mean, I think we all could have went into last night's game and thought, you know, maybe it'll be different. Maybe it's Game 7. Maybe something will... I mean, it's different. It's kind of the same players for the most part, different coaches, different general managers. That is as cursed of a franchise. And listen, I mean, I feel like I can point to a franchise and call them cursed and have a pretty good, resume of being able to do that, considering,
Yep.
we live in Buffalo. That it felt particularly like storybook for them. Just par the course.
I had the thought on Thursday, must have been. When was game 5? Okay. After game 5, I brought up to Joe and I said, that's got to be the worst sporting event you've ever attended. They got hammered at home 6-1 in game 5. And all I could think of was, imagine paying $2,000 to go sit and watch your team lose 6-1 in game 5. Then on the road, they get a gritty win in game 6. And you're like, you know what? I'm
back.
I'm going to give them another chance.
I'm back.
And you spend $3,000 to go to game 7, and they just get hammered again. Because that definitely happened to someone. Someone did that. Someone spent maybe 2,000 someones, 10,000 someones, clawing it back, getting it back for game 7, and they lose. I'll tell you the thought I have on this, though, on the Leafs. Because some of the reporting up there, you've got your quotes from the players that lose that game in game 7, and whatever. Austin Matthews says there's too many passengers. Sometimes I think that might be what a guy says in that spot. The thing I think about is David Alter tweeted that fans were booing every time Mitch Marner touched the puck. And an Austin Matthews jersey was thrown on the ice in the middle of play. Marchand had a devastating comment. Brad Marchand's comment about the Leafs, talking about how their team is basically forced to live with unbelievable pressure all the time. And they're not even big games because he's won the Stanley Cup. When you've won the Stanley Cup, this is not a big game. And just the immense pressure that is constantly on top of the Toronto Maple Leafs. He talked about that. And the thing I wonder about it, Nate, is will we ever get like that about the Bills? Will we ever go that far on pressure on them? Or, because we might even be there on the Sabres, where your team is your love, but also your enemy.
Yeah.
Because life is wonderful, but also limited, and you want something better. That's the thought I had. Will we ever get like that on the Bills? Because what's the biggest difference between the Leafs and the Bills? The Bills don't fail to show up in the playoffs, but they do hit their head, right? They do find a ceiling. And I don't think anybody gets there on Allen, and probably shouldn't. But past that...
But isn't because of Allen why the pressure exists?
Yeah.
In the first place?
Yeah.
Like, if you have Brock Purdy, I'm not sure the same pressure exists.
He's expensive now, so...
He's now very expensive.
Yeah.
But he's not like... No one's going to look back in the history of the league and say, well, that guy never got one.
Right.
They'll look back and say that about Josh. Josh Allen will be in a very small group of elite players at the position that never won one.
Hopefully he gets to one, because Purdy has been to one.
He has been.
And maybe should have won it, had a lead, like the 49ers tend to do in those spots. It speaks to pressure and expectation, and if you even enjoy sports anymore. Up in Toronto today, it is about everybody that's got to go. This guy's got to go. This guy's got to go. I mean, Mitch Marner is going to be what? He's got to leave. He has to leave. They have to break up their core. They have to find a way to move pieces. I guess they have to say goodbye to clearly very good players because people will be too tired of it. In off seasons past, it's been about Nylander's got to go. Now, Marner. UFA. Well, just don't bring him back. Save that cap space, build a team different, let him go somewhere and get paid by somebody else, and claim that guy doesn't have what it takes to win. And maybe they'll be right. But man, I think about that pressure and that Marchand quote about how it's every day. Who would want to live like that? Is telling.
I'll say this too. I was thinking of this on the drive in, listening to listen to CBS Sports Radio, and I'm coming in, and they're talking about yesterday in the game and kind of how predictable Game 7 was. And it made me think about, they did get a championship pretty recently. I mean, the Raptors won a championship, and I also think about kind of how fluky that championship was. I mean, the ball, I'm thinking of the Kawhi Leonard shot that hits the rim against Philadelphia and then hits it again and then goes in at the buzzer. And he immediately leaves after winning the championship in Toronto. His career has never been the same after leaving Toronto. And Toronto's been less than irrelevant since that championship. And I guess how fluky it can be, because I think we talk about this with the Bills a lot, which is you just keep taking swings and hoping that eventually the ball bounces your way. It felt like, I'll tell you from my perspective in the playoffs, when the bounce goes their way against the Ravens, in my head, in no way am I thinking oh, that's the bounce, they're not going to get another one. I assumed they finally got a bounce. Floodgates are open. Yep. Now all the bounces are going their way. And it didn't turn out to be that way. But with Toronto, they get such a fluky championship. And then you look at how you were just talking, now you got it's by Marner. It used to be, goodbye Nylander, and who knows when it'll be Austin Matthews' turn to be. It was
Kadri at one point. Yep. Kadri's got to go, and he did.
There is, as painful as it is, and it will, I think, undoubtedly, as a fan, think about losing in those Game 7 situations. It's heartbreaking to lose it when you're so close. It's kind of the same as the Bills losing in the AFC Championship game on the last drive. You are so close, you can see it. And I think it's a mistake for Toronto and the fans. You're going to grieve. Everyone's going to grieve in their own way. And I don't know how I would handle a team that's constantly losing in Game 7 situations and has 2 playoff wins in the last 20 years. It's crazy. But it feels like they should just keep swinging. And it seems like now what they're going to do is they're going to let Marner walk. And, they're going to have the decision on Tavares. I don't know what is he going to be? I don't know.
I don't know.
They've got some decisions to make.
I would say the Marner conversation. So you've got plenty of Sabres fans that are ready to jump on. Give Mitch Marner $14 million. Let's do it.
I mean, I'm one of those.
He's a Bills fan. Have Josh Allen go to work and recruit Mitch Marner and get a great player to Buffalo, and then we can have the conversation about whether or not he's good enough in the playoffs.
That'd be great. I'd love to have that conversation.
That's right.
I'd love to have it.
I would too. You said they should let Marner walk. The question I would have about Marner to me is now the number one. What is he supposed to do?
Yeah.
Should he continue to be their scapegoat? Hey, Mitch, you want to stay? We'll give you $12 million a year for everyone to hate you. Or
so it's almost it's not a choice.
Do you want to go somewhere else and make money and try and get a fresh start? I mean, he is a Canada kid playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs, which so many guys dream of, like Tavares.
He probably hates it.
Right, Tavares. I don't know if he hates it. I just know that it'd be one of those things. He's from Markham. He's from Toronto.
Yeah.
Tavares went back there because it was the dream. And I'm thinking about Chris Drury's. The dream was to play for the Rangers. Mm-hmm. Imagine you yourself. All right, everybody, ready? Close your eyes. You are a professional athlete. You get to play for the favorite team you grew up loving. Whether that's, Patrick Kane playing for the Sabres, which of course never happened. You have a chance to play for the team you grew up loving. You want to? Careful. Right? Be careful. Maybe you don't want to. Because maybe what happens along the way is it doesn't go well enough and everybody hates you and is mad at you. Here's Mitch Marner at 28 years old. Another great season for him. And the playoffs, they're more mad about Game 5 because he had a turnover and didn't back check on one play. And their production is terrible. But careful what you wish for. So they might want him back. He might say no thanks or vice versa. Could the Sabres get him? It seems ridiculous.
It does seem ridiculous.
It seems ridiculous. Should I entertain the idea? Anybody out there? 803-0550. Should we entertain it as serious? The Sabres would pay the highest paid player on their roster would become Mitch Marner, and they'd add him to a team that does not feel like it has scoring problems. If I could borrow from Brandon Beane and apply that to Kevin Adams, is he going to say, I don't feel like offense is why we lost, and then not want to add a piece like that? Because they score goals.
They do score goals. Yeah.
They might not think they need a guy like Mitch Marner. And I know Sabres Twitter is having a fun time with the idea of him coming here and Josh Allen calling him and saying, come to Buffalo. But maybe it could work because he would still be close to home, but he wouldn't have the suffocating pressure of having to win the Stanley Cup.
Different kind of pressure.
It would just be, hey, bro, can we finish with like 97 points?
Yeah.
Right.
That'd
be nice.
I mean, I'm of the mind anytime you have an opportunity to sign a 100-point player, I think you should do it.
You should try.
You should try to do it.
Yeah.
And, is this the GM that I would like to do it? Probably not. But, yeah.
Does the senior advisor they're going to hire want Mitch Marner?
That's going to be the
We're
question.
going to wait for that, too.
That's going to be the question.
Yeah. Tough.
I remember, I assume it was, Ralph was still the owner when the Mario Williams sweepstakes. It all melds together. But yes, he was still the owner. So Terry Pegula doesn't have the experience of Mario Williams and his cap to really lean on. But this is what that would have to. Would be a very similar situation. Just don't let him leave. Get him here and don't let him leave.
No. Boy, could you convince him? I mean, if I'm the Sabres, I want to have my name included in they are interested and they've reached out, and I want to kind of act that way because it sounds good when you're in on the biggest free agents and you're doing your due diligence. I mean, I think the Bills are very good at this. A name goes out there, and they'll tell you, "Oh yeah, we'd love to. We'll have him in. Even if they're not going to be signing a player, they'll get their name out there."
Yeah, like the Stamkos sweepstakes.
Stamkos, forgot about that one. Mm-hmm. Brad Richards.
Brad
Richards.
That's right.
The only sweepstakes they won Oposo because when he left,
that wasn't a sweepstakes.
When he signed with the Sabres, he was the biggest player that moved. I have a stat of the day that's better than your stat of the day. I'm saying that to all of you.
Okay.
Josh, Owen, you guys come. You got a stat of the day?
Josh has got one.
You got a nominee?
Yeah, I got one.
All right, I got one. We'll have a stat of the day off here.
Okay.
Which one is better? Because I know you've got one, and I know it's good. But I just had another one come across that I want to get to. It's also on the Leafs.
Good.
Leafs adjacent, if you will. Who's going first? You want to go first? You're the champion. I'm the challenger here. I'm claiming.
Okay.
I think this one's better.
So my stat of the day is since 2005, playoff series wins. The Toronto Maple Leafs have 2. The Buffalo Sabres have 4. And if we can all remember, the Sabres have not played in the playoffs since 2011.
In roughly 14 years.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Yeah.
So the Sabres have twice as many playoff series wins as the Leafs in the last 20 years.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. That's good. It might be a better stat than this one, but this one's pretty good too. Brad Marchand is the first player in NHL history to win 5 winner-take-all games against the same franchise.
Oh, my gosh.
That's pretty good.
Right. 5
That's wild.
5 winner-take-all wins against the Leafs.
I don't know why you talking about that quote after the game about the immense pressure, it hits way harder after this stat.
Yeah. Marchand
who knows their pain more than Brad Marchand?
5 Game 7s against the Leafs. Right.
Who knows their pain more?
His quote, when you see the pressure Toronto faces, they just beat the pressure into this team. Let's get stupid. We're mixing all our segments here. The Leafs should sign Brad Marchand. I mean, he's a UFA, right?
If they win, he's going to retire.
Make him their coach.
Sure.
So there you go. There's some stats.
Poor Maple Leafs. They are going to be, especially today, because there are no sports today. No NBA, no NHL, post-major. Today is the quiet before the storm. And it's going to be filled. The void will be filled with making fun of the Leafs.
Yeah.
For a full 24-hour window. Unencumbered. There will be no competition. It's tough. Kind of feels like after a Bills Kansas City loss. The whole Monday, what other games happened? Doesn't matter.
Right.
It's Bills-Chiefs. How did the Bills lose to the Chiefs again?
And it's time to have an identity crisis about how everything we just watched really all came down to 5 plays.
And it just didn't matter. Yep.
Yeah. Leafs lose, and it's Florida-Carolina.
Good series. It's going to be a lot of 1-0, 2-1.
Could be. And then Dallas and Edmonton.
Also a great. So was thinking about this. I mean, I'm a Knicks fan, so I'm obviously very elated about them being in the Eastern Conference Final.
Listen, I can vibe with the Pacers-Knicks Eastern Conference Final
It's got good
all
vibes.
day.
It's got good vibes.
That is my formative time watching the NBA was the 2000s.
Reggie Miller.
Oh, yeah. Those Pacers-Knicks series were amazing. So I will turn those games on and feel like I'm 13 again.
So I saw this stat that the NBA, the Final Four in the NBA, there will be whoever wins will be the first team of the four to win a championship since 1973.
Yeah, 50 years.
3 of the 4 teams do not have a championship. 3 of the 4. There was 1 of the 4 teams that was here last year in the Western Conference Finals, the Timberwolves. Mm-hmm. In the NHL, it's 3 of the same 4. And it's not like it's every single year, but the NBA's got some really good new blood. The Western Conference Finals for the NHL should be interesting, but everybody feel like the inevitability of McDavid versus Florida again. Like, it's going to be Edmonton, Florida. I think that's like, is that what we want?
I mean, I don't know. I wanted the Leafs to last a little longer is what I wanted.
So you wanted the heartbreak to feel worse?
I wouldn't even say that. I just think it's more interesting when they're in it than Florida won their cup, and Florida is.
They're definitely not as interesting now, for sure.
Florida's a team that, they are how every team wants to play in the playoffs. And Paul Maurice wins Game 7s, and it's just, I feel for the Leafs today. I really do. Locker clean out, all that. It'll be about how they're going to tear it down. 803-0550, our number. If you want to give a thought on that, you can.
By the way, I feel like I had a stat of the day that I didn't submit.
Oh, we had a third stat of the day.
There was a third stat of the day.
Bring the music
and
back.
I forgot to submit it. I might beat both of yours.
Okay, so it's not that the Sabres have more playoff series wins than the Leafs in the last 20 years.
Right.
And it's not that Brad Marchand has now 5 Game 7 wins against the Toronto Maple Leafs alone. It's
Stars coach Peter DeBoer.
He's also on
7 of the last 8 Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, he's also unbeaten in Game 7s in his career.
Crazy.
Yeah.
He's been fired twice.
Yeah. Well, hey.
Twice!
What have you done?
What have you done for me lately?
The Leafs should hire Peter DeBoer.
Yes, they should. I think Dallas might win it, so I don't know if he's going anywhere.
All right.
7 of 8.
7 of 8. It's good.
What's that like? How's 1 of 8? I'd love 1 of 8.
This is not a snarky question. It's just an honest geographical question about the plants that live in certain areas. Do they have palm trees in Dallas? I'm going to go no. Palm trees are tropical, not just warm. There might be.
How far from... I can't believe I just am about to ask this question. How far from Corpus Christi is it?
Okay.
Dallas does have palm trees.
Yeah,
okay.
I was going to say, I feel like it's...
there you go. They have palm trees.
It's decently close to the...
Yeah, they do.
The Gulf Shore.
Okay.
Makes sense. Now it's all coming together now.
That's true.
Yeah.
803-0550. Jeremy and Nate, good morning. Okay, so plenty to get to today. We'll talk major championship talk. Scotty Scheffler's PGA win with Brian Koziel when we return. We've got Paul at 7:30 on the Amers as their series with Laval continues. The Bandits, they're coming home for Game 3 of the NLL Championship.
How it should be.
Yes. It's an easy thing to immediately square away, like, fine, all right, whatever. You lost the other one, come home and win. The best of 3 series comes back to Buffalo, so that'll be exciting for the weekend. And your calls along the way, plenty to get to. A fun question about the Bills I have for you, based on Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast. He's got a series he's dropping about the 10 most important Bills to the future. I've got a little side question for that we can kick around. Because you and I haven't had much of a chance to talk about this offseason.
No.
You've been in a couple times with Joe, and
we both did the top 10 players.
Yes, we did.
We both did that. I had an interesting one. It was to talk about Ed Oliver.
Yeah.
Who fell pretty significantly in our year-over-year poll.
Yeah. So we'll get to all that.
Yeah.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. We're also playing in a scramble today.
Yes, as you might be able to tell by the outfits. Yeah. Or you might not be able to, because I think I would just be here like this normally.
Yeah, I might change afterward. We'll see. We're playing some golf.
I might have bullied him. He came in here, saw the fit, and he was like, I don't know, I might change later.
Well, please. 803-0550 is our phone number. This is just what I'm wearing to work.
Sure,
I'm going to go home and change possibly for the scramble.
Got it. I came prepared. Yeah.
We should get a green carpet from the Par for a Purpose.
It's not a bad idea. Par for a Purpose. It's at Holiday Valley today. We'll be down there playing. If you're out there playing with us, good luck. playing for
You're gonna need it.
second. No,
Yeah.
We'll see if we win. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe, 803-0550 on Scotty Scheffler's third major championship, first PGA. Brian Koziel joins us next, and we'll dig into some Bills chatter and get to the Amers along the way with Paul Hamilton next hour as well here on WGR. I'll tell you the thought I have on this, though, on the Leafs. Because some of the reporting up there, you've got your quotes from the players that lose that game in Game 7, and whatever. Austin Matthews says there's too many passengers. Sometimes I think that might be what a guy says in that spot. The thing I think about is David Alter tweeted that fans were booing every time Mitch Marner touched the puck. And an Austin Matthews jersey was thrown on the ice in the middle of play. Marchand had a devastating comment. Brad Marchand's comment about the Leafs, talking about how their team is basically forced to live with unbelievable pressure all the time, and they're not even big games because he's won the Stanley Cup. You know, when you've won the Stanley Cup, this is not a big game. And just the immense pressure that is constantly on top of the Toronto Maple Leafs. He talked about that. And the thing I wonder about it, Nate, is will we ever get like that about the Bills? Will we ever go that far on pressure on them? Or, because we might even be there on the Sabres, where your team is your love, but also your enemy.
Yeah.
Because life is wonderful, but also limited, and you want something better. That's the thought I had. Will we ever get like that on the Bills? Because what's the biggest difference between the Leafs and the Bills? The Bills don't fail to show up in the playoffs, but they do hit their head, right? They do find a ceiling. And I don't think anybody gets there on Allen, and probably shouldn't. But past that...
But isn't because of Allen why the pressure exists?
Yeah.
In the first place?
Yeah.
Like, if you have Brock Purdy, I'm not sure the same pressure exists.
He's expensive now, so...
He's now very expensive.
Yeah.
But he's not like... No one's going to look back in the history of the league and say, well, that guy never got one.
Right.
They'll look back and say that about Josh. Josh Allen will be in a very small group of elite players at the position that never won one.
Hopefully he gets to one, because
Yes.
Purdy has been to one.
Toronto Maple Leafs losing Game 7 once again and getting blown out by the Florida Panthers, losing 6-1 in Toronto last night. The Leafs have not advanced to the conference final since 2002. Florida will now go on to face the Carolina Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Final. Game 1 is on Tuesday. Over in the West, the Dallas Stars defeat the Winnipeg Jets on Saturday in overtime. They'll face the Oilers in Game 1 on Wednesday. In the NLL Finals last night, the Bandits fall to the Rush 11-10 in Game 2. Series now tied at 1. Both teams will come back to Buffalo for a winner-take-all Game 3 on Friday at 7:30. Over in the NBA, the conference finals are set on both the East and the West. OKC Thunder will take on the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 on Tuesday after winning Game 7 over the Denver Nuggets last night, 125-93. And in the East, the New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers start off Game 1 on Wednesday. Scottie Scheffler took home the PGA Championship yesterday for the first time. Scheffler won by a landslide at Quail Hollow, shooting 11 under par, which was 5 better than anyone else in the field. The next major up is the U.S. Open, starts in June at Oakmont Country Club in Pennsylvania. Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
No matter. It'll just make the final margin 5. Scottie Scheffler wins in a runaway in the showdown at Charlotte.
Jim Nantz on the call. Scheffler led by 6, gave it all back, and then nearly won by 6, which is kind of crazy. And I wonder how many, fringe golf fans out there thought, wait, Scheffler had only won the Masters to this point? He's the best golfer.
We said that yesterday.
Right?
He won the PG. No, the U.S.
Only the Masters.
Wow, okay.
Now he's got 2 of the career Grand Slam wins. Brian Koziel joining us on the Western Hotline to recap the PGA Championship with us. Brian, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good. It was, it's funny. The arc of a final round of a tournament, PGA Championship, is one of the 4 majors, and most recently, had recently been here at Oak Hill. The thing I was thinking about that entire final round was, we have a boring one. You can kind of tune it out. And when it got to even 3-2 and tied, the finishing stretch at Quail Hollow is incredible and could have provided incredible drama. But it got tied, and then Scotty pulled away, and Rahm fell apart, and everybody else fell apart. And we never got that dramatic finish that we probably could have had anybody been in the mix because of the way that course finishes.
I agree. I mean, if you watch the broadcast at all this week, they refer to those last 3 holes as the Green Mile, 16, 17, 18, the hardest 3 scoring average holes-wise in terms of relation to par on the regular PGA Tour. Quail Hollow does hold a regular PGA Tour stop. This year, it held the PGA instead. Last week, they moved what would be a normal stop at Quail Hollow to Philadelphia Cricket Club for that Truist Championship. It was the Wells Fargo Championship forever, but it just switched sponsors last year. But anyway, back to your point. Yeah, and then the 2 holes in front of that really challenging stretch is 14, 15. Those are really gettable holes, and there's a drivable par 4 in there. So I think that you can get some swings. And I know you and I mentioned this when we previewed it on Thursday. There's water involved in all those finishing stretch holes, plus the creek that runs through that ultimately, did in John Rahm in the end, and also water on 17. So, I mean, there are some spots for swings. That's why I think we love the Masters so much, is because the back 9 at Augusta provides swings, both good and bad. And, that's what I think I like about what the PGA Championship is doing in terms of their setup, is that, hey, we know we got to create some excitement here, and getting change in the leaderboard is what draws people in. I mean, it did look like it was a runaway, and quickly it switched, and that was even on the front 9. But that back 9 setup, it really could have made for something special there. And I guess the swing was that Rahm didn't handle it well, DeChambeau didn't handle it well, Noren didn't handle it well. Others, Adam Scott didn't handle it well, and Scheffler played it perfectly, because as soon as he went to the back 9, he was in lockdown mode, and he just was tremendous.
Yeah, it's a case about, the momentum of a tournament where it felt like Scheffler didn't really play well at all on the first 10, 11 holes, and if somebody had been there, could have maybe built a lead. Instead, it was only Rahm really that started to mount a challenge and mount a charge. So Scheffler kind of had fewer competitors to kind of bat aside as he ultimately did. But it's one of those spots. Brian, we could talk about it with any sport, whether it's golf or it's hockey or it's the football and the Bills. Winning with potentially your B game, right? Winning when you're not at your best is the sign of a truly great team or truly a great, in this case, a great golfer.
For sure. And, Scheffler probably came into the day thinking, okay, I have a lead. I don't have to go out and shoot 65 to win this thing. And he had his highest score of the 4 days, but he didn't really need to do any more because guys were falling back. I mean, who were guys that we thought maybe could catch him going in? I mean, Bryson was definitely a guy that I thought maybe could. And he shot 70, just too many iron mistakes. DeChambeau drove the ball incredibly yesterday, but couldn't take advantage of it with some of his approach shots. Some of the other players along the way that maybe made runs for a little bit, Davis Riley, JT Poston, they kind of just up, down, up, down. Yeah, Rahm, to me, obviously was the one that you thought had credibility, had the thought that, hey, he could get this done. And ultimately, in the end, he fell way back. I mean, I know he was playing very aggressive on those final 3 holes, which is probably what you don't want to do, but he knew he had to because he was down at that point, and he ends up shooting 73. But yeah, I think Scheffler didn't have his best, but when he putts well, he's pretty good. Pretty good. He's very good because the rest of his game, from the tee shot all the way through the green, he's been the best in the world at it now for years. I love this stat that I heard yesterday because to me, this shows something that Scheffler is good at that we all need to be good at in our golf game. It's called a bounce back stat. Yeah. After you make a bogey, what do you do next? And the PGA Tour average and the scoring average in this tournament itself. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't clump them together. The bounce back stat in this PGA Championship was 17%. What that means is, okay, you made a bogey or worse. Were you able to come back with birdie or better on the next hole? And in this tournament, for the rest of the field, it happened 17% of the time. For Scheffler, when he made a bogey or worse, 63% bounce back. He came back with a birdie or better on the next hole 63% of the time. So to me, that shows, hey, something's bad happening. How do I respond? He never let the wheels start coming off in any capacity because he always bounced back really, really well. So I love that stat. I love even how it's phrased. But Scheffler, anytime he even does make a mistake, he seems to be able to recover very quickly.
It felt like, Brian, that ended up being the story towards the end. I mean, you talked about Rahm getting really aggressive in the last final couple of holes that maybe skewed the score a little bit more than it would have been otherwise. But that par he gets on the par 5 or he gets up in 2, Scotty ends up in the same spot, chips it up in birdies, right? And Rahm putts it way past it and then misses the birdie putt coming back. And that sort of felt like it for me because that's a hole, and I think this is 15, so after the short par 4, the drivable par 4 on 14, where you're like, this could be, I mean, they're tied. To me, I think if you're John Rahm, you're going to look back at that tournament and say, it was lost on a couple of putts that probably should have went in, but he kind of melted down, Brian. I mean, through 15 holes, it looked like John Rahm was, I don't know, could have made this a far more exciting and maybe thrilling finish, but he lost it with his putter. In again the double that he posts and whatever. To me, that is kind of irrelevant. It was the missed putts while it was still a 1-stroke, or at the time a tied match going into the toughest part of the course.
Yeah, I agree. That 15 spot, and they were essentially, Scheffler and Rahm were both in the same spot, right down at the edge of the green there on the bottom by the fringe. So that was a swing there that obviously went in Scheffler's favor. Rahm putted it, and it went way past the hole. I mean, it's such a tough setup. You've got to go uphill and you've got to go through the fringe, but at the same time, then you have downhill coming the other way, and that putt just ran out. And then for Scheffler to be able to get up and down from there, yeah, that was a key spot for sure. I think if there was going to be any sort of a comeback, or at least a thought that he could go into those final 3 holes feeling like he was still in it, he had to get up and down there and didn't.
Next major on the calendar, Brian, is the U.S. Open, Oakmont.
That's correct. Yep. That is in Pittsburgh, so drivable for people that want to go to an event. And Dustin Johnson won it the last time it was there.
I would not pick him this time.
I wouldn't either. Yeah.
Yeah. Known for being as hard of any course in the country, maybe in the world. Super long. I already saw a par 3 that's going to be 289.
Get out. Get out. A par 3 that's 289.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it makes sense that a lot of these guys, can hit it that far with what, like a hybrid or a 6 iron.
The hole that's 289, there's plenty of run-up area and stuff like that. I don't know if I love it that much. I know we've had this conversation before. The best par 3s in the world, when we talk about them, whatever one comes to mind first, it's probably
the ocean hole,
170 or less, 160 or less, right?
Yep.
It's Pebble Beach 7, it's Augusta 12, maybe it's Augusta 16, it's Sawgrass 17, it's the postage stamp even over at Royal Troon, and they're all short.
Yep.
And I just think, I don't know, I'm not excited about a 289 par 3 where guys are hitting 3 wood and then chipping and then trying to maybe. Whatever. I mean, that's just what the U.S. Open is. They want it to be par feels like birdie. So I guess, you have to just adjust your excitement level and understand that, hey, par is something that you should be excited about. And if you're in person, you clap really hard for it, unlike kind of, the reverse where we're always getting excited to see a birdie attempt.
Brian, what's going on with Tee to Green this week?
So we're actually really excited. We're going to a course we've never been to in our 20 years of going around doing courses. We're going to Willowbrook Golf Club in Lockport. So we'll be there from 7 to 8 on Saturday morning.
All right. There's 27 holes up there? I think I've been there a long time ago.
Yeah, they've got 3 9s, a north, a south, and a west. Yep, and they're all different. Yeah, the south's super tight. The west is kind of more wide open. And the north is a newer 9 that they added on. And I like it. Yeah, it's got a nice variety of holes up there.
Very good. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, guys. Thanks. Have a good week.
Brian Koziel, Tee to Green, and of course, Sabres intermission and post-game host as well. Speaking of golf, we have your ticket to 8 amazing golf experiences. The WGR VIP golf card. For one low price of $129, you can unlock a season of golfing adventures, including Diamond Hawk, Shamrock Hills, Atticus 10th Hole, Bobolink, and Golf Dojo. Your WGR VIP golf card also hooks you up with a free box of premium Vero X1 golf balls from Encore Golf and score deals from Rick Surratt Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville. Portion of the proceeds benefit PGA Hope. And get all the details and purchase your WGR VIP golf card today at getmyperks.com. Here's my suggestion for you now. That hour at Golf Dojo, I don't think Oakmont is on the track more than I've seen, but Portrush is, where they play the Open Championship, and Quail Hollow was. One of the things, we've talked about this before, Nate, where for the golf fans out there, if you walk a course, maybe you did this with Oak Hill, you walk a course, you go see it, the next day when you go home and watch it on television, it's almost like you get another level of HD. You can understand what the course looks like better than you can just if you've seen it on TV. And I'll add that with the simulator. You can play Quail Hollow on the simulator. Go to the dojo here's got a gift card in here for the dojo as part of the WGR VIP golf card. Go to the dojo and play Quail Hollow or play Portrush. Play a course that they're going to go to, and you'll get a better understanding and kind of context for what that course is when you're actually watching them play.
And it's, to me, I always enjoy golf when I kind of know what's coming up. Hey, they're getting to Fort. It's like, obviously, I feel like most golf fans can do this with Augusta because you just have watched. It's the only major that it's at the same course every year. But, I kind of knew what was coming at Quail Hollow because I played it 100 times on the simulator.
Yep.
And I think it's cool. Like, getting up to 18 and being like, that's right where I was hitting it from, on my second shot, even though they're playing like 90 yards behind it. But, it's cool to go play these courses. And Quail Hollow is, as much as there was a lot of kind of trash talk about that course going into last week.
Yeah.
I think it ended up being pretty unwarranted.
Yeah.
Especially because, Rory was kind of, talking trash about it.
Yep.
And then he shot, +3.
Yeah.
So.
It was weird talking trash as much as the players did. Scotty Scheffler wins. On to Oakmont. 803-0550, our phone number. When we return, I want to dig into the NFL rules proposals. There's going to be NFL owners meetings this week and a couple of different proposals on the table that could change the league. The playoff structure is the bigger one maybe than the tush-push. People get tired of the tush-push. But the playoff structure one is a big one. So we'll dig into that as we go. Paul Hamilton, 7:30 on the Rochester-Laval series, which is one game apiece as they see if the Amers can keep pushing forward in their playoff run. Next up, of course, Game 3 against Laval. Jeremy and Joe, Nate in for Joe here on WGR. The question I would have about, Marner to me is now the number one. What is he supposed to do?
Yeah.
Should he continue to be their scapegoat? Hey, do you want to, Mitch, you want to stay? We'll give you $12 million a year for everyone to hate you. Or
so it's almost not even, it's not a choice.
Do you want to go somewhere else and make money and try and get a fresh start? I mean, he is a Canada kid playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs, which so many guys dream of, like Tavares.
He probably hates it.
Right, Tavares, I don't know if he hates it. I just know that it'd be one of those things. He's from Markham. He's from Toronto.
Yeah.
Tavares went back there because it was the dream. And I'm thinking about Chris Drury's. The dream was to play for the Rangers. Mm-hmm. Imagine you yourself. All right, everybody, ready? Close your eyes. You are a professional athlete. You get to play for the favorite team you grew up loving. Whether that's, Patrick Kane playing for the Sabres, which of course never happened. You have a chance to play for the team you grew up loving. You want to? Careful, right? Be careful. Maybe you don't want to. Because maybe what happens along the way is it doesn't go well enough and everybody hates you and is mad at you. Here's Mitch Marner at 28 years old. Another great season for him. And the playoffs, they're more mad about Game 5 because he had a turnover and didn't back check on one play. And their production is terrible, but careful what you wish for. So they might want him back. You might say no thanks, or vice versa. Could the Sabres get him? It seems ridiculous.
It does seem ridiculous.
It seems ridiculous. Should I entertain the idea? Anybody out there? 803-0550. Should we entertain it as serious? The Sabres would pay the highest paid player on their roster would become Mitch Marner, and they'd add him to a team that does not feel like it has scoring problems. If I could borrow from Brandon Bean and apply that to Kevin Adams, is he going to say, I don't feel like offense is why we lost, and then not want to add a piece like that? Because they score goals.
They do score goals. Yeah.
They might not think they need a guy like Mitch Marner.
Journalism is getting closer now. He's behind a wall of horses. He's looking for a place to go, and he's got nowhere to go. Oh, he bumped hard with goal-oriented. In the meanwhile, Gosker's running the race of his life, and Sandman has entered the scene, and he has moved up on the far outside. Journalism is still running on. He's back into second. He might even win it. Here's the winner. Oh, my goodness. Journalism has won the Preakness Stakes in a performance like you read about.
Larry Kalmus on the call of the Preakness Stakes. Listen, that's the most...
It's electric.
I'm trying to think, like, who, that horse is Derrick Henry. That horse is... who's a power forward in the NHL. The shoulder move to get out of traffic and then go... It was amazing. Journalism wins the Preakness, and I watched it a few times because it's Kyle Brandt tweeted about it. It's an angry run. Journalism won the Preakness on an angry run. Really cool highlight there. 803-0550, Jeremy and Nate. Just found something really interesting I want to get to next segment about whether or not the Bills intentionally lost to New England in Week 18. Mike Florio casually throwing out a heck of an accusation. We'll get to that. What did I tease coming to the break? I had something for you here I was going to get before that. Oh, the NFL rules proposal. So the owners' meetings go this week, and they will vote on a couple different things, including the playoff seeding and the tush-push and potentially some other rules in there too. But the playoff seeding is the big one. And I had never you know how sometimes you should be thinking every single iteration, every single outcome that could happen, and you realize you haven't been? That's how I am with the playoff seeding conversation. Because to me, it's always been presented as, well, the Vikings would have hosted a game instead of going on the road to play a team that was 9-7 or whatever it is. And you think, like, yeah, if you win 13 games, you should host instead of a team that went 7-9 and won the AFC South. There are these really radical examples of that happening. And then in talking to a friend over the weekend, I realized, wait a minute. So, Nate, if the Bills finish 15-2 and the Patriots are 13-4 and the next division winner is 12-5, the Patriots are the 2 seed.
Yeah.
So it would be a true seeds are just record, not division titles. And that doesn't necessarily put me off of it all the way. It's just, it's often sold because you have a bad division winner. And in the scenario where I just laid out, you could have a division winner that's 11-5 pushed out because another team had such a good record that even though they didn't win their division, they're going to knock out a good team, not just knock out a bad team. Or 7-9, sub 500.
I also saw reseeding after every round, right?
Yes.
I don't mind that.
They do that now.
They do that now?
They do that now. Yep. They do that now. So they would keep that as part of it.
Yeah, the argument it has been and always will be diminishing what it means to win a division regardless of how good the division is.
Yeah.
This is designed to keep out one team every 5 years that goes 9-8 and wins a division. That's what this is.
From having a home game, yeah.
It's like fixing a problem that rarely occurs.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. All right, on this casual Mike Florio accusation.
Very casual.
Of the Bills. So very casual. The phrase being mentioned is reverse tanking. Reverse tanking. We'll introduce you to that.
Jeez.
And get a thought on it here. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Lottery for the NFL is a big topic of conversation. That's not being discussed at owners' meetings. Maybe it does get proposed, but I would think that's a long shot. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Nate's in for Joe. Good Monday morning. Join us on the phones if you'd like. Here on WGR. I'll tell you the thought I have on this, though, on the Leafs. Because some of the reporting up there, you've got your quotes from the players that lose that game in Game 7, and whatever. Austin Matthews says there's too many passengers. Sometimes I think that might be what a guy says in that spot. The thing I think about is David Alter tweeted that fans were booing every time Mitch Marner touched the puck. And an Austin Matthews jersey was thrown on the ice in the middle of play. Marchand had a devastating comment. Brad Marchand's comment about the Leafs, talking about how Their team is basically forced to live with unbelievable pressure all the time. And they're not even big games because he's won the Stanley Cup. When you've won the Stanley Cup, this is not a big game. And just the immense pressure that is constantly on top of the Toronto Maple Leafs. He talked about that. And the thing I wonder about it, Nate, is will we ever get like that about the Bills? Will we ever go that far on pressure on them? Or, because we might even be there on the Sabres, where your team is your love, but also your enemy.
Yeah.
Because life is wonderful, but also limited, and you want something better. That's the thought I had. Will we ever get like that on the Bills? Because what's the biggest difference between the Leafs and the Bills? The Bills don't fail to show up in the playoffs, but they do hit their head, right? They do find a ceiling. And I don't think anybody gets there on Allen, and probably shouldn't. But past that...
But isn't because of Allen why the pressure exists?
Yeah.
In the first place?
Yeah.
Like, if you have Brock Purdy, I'm not sure the same pressure exists.
He's expensive now, so...
He's now very expensive.
Yeah.
But he's not like... No one's going to look back in the history of the league and say, well, that guy never got one.
Right.
They'll look back and say that about Josh. Josh Allen will be in a very small group of elite players at the position that never won one.
Hopefully he gets to one, because
Yes.
Purdy has been to one. The question I would have about, Marner to me is now the number one. What is he supposed to do?
Yeah.
Should he continue to be their scapegoat? Hey, Mitch, you want to stay? We'll give you $12 million a year for everyone to hate you. Or
So it's almost not even, it's not a choice.
do you want to go somewhere else and make money and try and get a fresh start? I mean, he is a Canada kid playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs, which so many guys dream of, like Tavares.
He probably hates it.
Right, Tavares. I don't know if he hates it. I just know that it'd be one of those things. He's from Markham. He's from Toronto.
Yeah.
Like, Tavares went back there because it was the dream. And I'm thinking about Chris Drury's. The dream was to play for the Rangers. Mm-hmm. Imagine you yourself. Like, all right, everybody, ready? Close your eyes. You are a professional athlete. You get to play for the favorite team you grew up loving. Whether that's, Patrick Kane playing for the Sabres, which of course never happened. You have a chance to play for the team you grew up loving. You want to? Careful, right? Be careful. Maybe you don't want to, because maybe what happens along the way is it doesn't go well enough, and everybody hates you and is mad at you. Here's Mitch Marner at 28 years old, another great season for him. And the playoffs, they're more mad about Game 5 because he had a turnover and didn't back check on one play, and their production is terrible, but careful what you wish for. So they might want him back. You might say no thanks, or vice versa. Could the Sabres get him? It seems ridiculous.
It does seem ridiculous.
It seems ridiculous. Should I entertain the idea? Anybody out there? 803-0550. Should we entertain it as serious? The Sabres would pay the highest paid player on their roster would become Mitch Marner, and they'd add him to a team that does not feel like it has scoring problems. If I could borrow from Brandon Beane and apply that to Kevin Adams, is he going to say, I don't feel like offense is why we lost, and then not want to add a piece like that? Because they score goals.
They do score goals. Yeah.
They might not think they need a guy like Mitch Marner.
Good morning. The Buffalo Bandits fall to the Saskatchewan Rush last night, 11-10 in Game 2 of the NLL Finals. The series is now tied at 1. Both teams will come back to Buffalo for a winner-take-all Game 3 this Friday at 7:30. If the Bandits win, they'll complete their three-peat. The Toronto Maple Leafs fall in Game 7 once again. The Florida Panthers beat Toronto 6-1 last night in Toronto's own building. The Leafs have not advanced to the conference finals since 2002, and Florida will now go on to the Eastern Conference Finals, taking on the Carolina Hurricanes. Game 1 is on Tuesday. The Western Conference Finals in the NHL are set as well. The Dallas Stars defeated the Winnipeg Jets on Saturday 2-1 in overtime. They'll face off against the Edmonton Oilers in Game 1 on Wednesday. The conference finals in the NBA are set as well. Last night, the OKC Thunder blew out the Denver Nuggets in Game 7, 125-93. The Thunder take on the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 on Tuesday. And over in the East, the Knicks and Pacers start off Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals on Wednesday. Scottie Scheffler took home the PGA Championship yesterday for the first time. He won at Quail Hollow by a landslide, shooting 11 under par, which was 5 strokes better than anyone else in the field. The next major is the U.S. Open, which starts in June at Oakmont Country Club in Pennsylvania. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I mean, what else can you do
you're
but
the
laugh?
visitor. I guess you could boo like the fans there, but you're not going to be doing that. But do you understand why they did?
This is brutal. This is men versus boys right now, completely unprepared. I think they've lost every single 50-50 puck battle. Don't know else how to describe it, but pathetic performance.
Paul Bissonnette on the Leafs and the Panthers last night. There's probably a joke in here to be made. The Leafs' record in elimination games, like when they can advance. So in their last 15 series-clinching elimination games, they are 2-13.
Wow.
2-13. And the funny part is, the unintentionally funny part is, that in this series, they didn't get one. They earned the right to lose another one.
Yeah.
Because they only played one, but they were 0-1. Hey, the Leafs, who can't win series-clinching games, forced a series-clinching game only to lose it again. 2-13 in their last 15 series-clinching elimination games.
They were down 9-1 in their own building in the last 4.5 periods of the series.
That is tough.
That's insane.
That's tough.
It takes losing to a totally new low, it sort of feels like. Like, could it get worse? Like, it feels like it could for Toronto. Like it might never get better. They should just let go of Mitch Marner. Just let him come to Buffalo.
If the Sabres could get him. 803-0550 if you want to on the Leafs. All right, so a couple things in the NFL and some stories to get to. I put up a poll on Twitter about this. The Cooper Flag Lottery, the Islanders Lottery for that matter, draft lottery for the NFL became a topic of conversation last week or so. And Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk posted the concerns and how the NFL has not really shown any inclination to have a draft lottery. And he went so far as to say installing a draft lottery is a league admitting that losing is good. And we actually see that too many of you have done this, so we're going to put a lottery in because losing is good. And we don't want you to tank, right? We don't want teams to tank, which makes sense to me. As someone who supports a tank because you're just using the rules that are there, if you want the rules changed, I don't have a big problem with that. I also don't think tanking is a very big problem, especially in the NFL. The NFL really doesn't have a tanking problem because you get games all the time where it's in a team's best interest to lose, and they win anyway. That happened to the Patriots against the Bills at the end of this last season. The Giants, right, they won a game against the Colts with Drew Lock that cost them, was that 2 years ago, cost them Drake May? You constantly have these teams that are at the bottom winning a game that they shouldn't. You don't have teams throwing games.
The Giants.
Yeah, the Giants, the Patriots are two I can think of. So Florio writes about this tanking idea. In 2014, the Bucs tanked in the second half of a game to ensure that the Saints would come back and beat them. Whatever. You've got reasons to do it that I don't have to lay out fully. But he writes this about the Bills. The 2024 finale introduced counter-tanking to the equation. All right?
Interesting.
Plenty believe that the Bills threw their Week 18 game against the Patriots to keep a division rival from landing the number 1 overall pick. Florio says that many think that the Bills went to New England and lost on purpose so New England would not get the first pick. A game in which the Bills started Mitch Trubisky in the game and then took him out and put Mike White in late in the third quarter. To which I would say, I've heard this as a wink, wink, nod, nod. Oh, yeah, it was good to lose that game for the Bills because it knocked the Patriots' draft pick down. Like, okay, sure. I don't dispute that. But the idea the Bills threw the game, I'm sorry, I'm not going to get there. Yeah. Trubisky was 15 of 21 for 101 yards. I mean, he averaged 5 yards a pass and threw 1 touchdown. They took him out for Mike White because it's the last game of the season. They're giving Mike White reps. Because, whatever, Mike White was not too good. 3 for 11 for 28 yards. Joe Milton had himself a nice day.
Got himself an opportunity elsewhere.
Yeah, to get traded. Got traded. Now he's with the Cowboys. Do people out there think the Bills intentionally lost that game around here? Does anybody actually think that?
It didn't cross my mind during the game, after the game, or until right now, until Mike Florio suggested that they reverse tanked.
Yeah, it wasn't a 6-10 team that decided to do this and rest their stars. And even if you had, the idea of protecting player from injury, the Bills in a non-playoff year sat Tyrod Taylor to avoid injury guarantees.
Yeah.
That's just a financial decision that you might not like it, but teams have done that in the past. Florio would legitimately make the case the Bills thought, we don't want New England to get the number 1 pick and lose on purpose.
That's the part I have a lot of...
Through the game.
Yeah,
not just we're okay with it, but plenty believe that Buffalo threw the game. You're telling me who ordered the code red? Sean McDermott, Brandon Beane? They're telling, hey, let's get Mike White in there. Let's make sure we don't come back in this game. I don't buy it.
I don't buy it for a second. I don't buy it for a second. And on top of that, like the idea that you're throwing a game against, isn't some of it you needing to care about the Patriots?
Well, I think you should care about that.
I think you should.
At the end of the season presser, end of season draft presser, Bean was asked about how they build, and he said, first thing we do is look at the division. Right? The concept brought up was, if I'm remembering this exactly correctly, building to beat the Chiefs, to beat the Ravens. You want to be able to beat everybody, but are you putting your roster together with a team in mind that you have to get past? And he said, the first thing we do is look at the division. So, whatever. I'm not disputing what you're saying here, Nate, that they would be overly concerned about New England picking first or fourth. But I'm not here for a single second thinking that the Bills went into that game thinking they would throw the game. This is a team, to make this point, this is a team that when A.J. McCarron won them a come-from-behind preseason game in Chicago, it was this massive celebration about how important it was. I think the Bills are a team that values their depth players. And guys go in that are further down on this roster that aren't Josh Allen or the handful of guys they would have pulled out of that game. They want those players to win that game. I mean, I've never... As much as I've sat in this chair and made the case for why tanking can, of course, be a smart decision for your GM and for your franchise, it's never about the players are in on it and going to do that. And here's Florio saying that the Bills threw the game.
Yeah.
And that plenty believe they would have thrown the game. To your point about the Patriots, and if you should worry about them, here's a fun stat for you on the Patriots. 2 weeks ago, maybe, I was in here with Joe, and I asked him if he could find 10 wins for them. And we went through their schedule, and he pretty easily found 10 wins. Would you believe the Patriots are favored in 11 of their 17 games this year?
Yeah, I think that's a crazy stat.
Favored already. The Bills are favored in all their games. The Patriots are favorites in 11 of 17 games this year.
Yeah, that's something.
That speaks to their strength of schedule. It speaks to, obviously, a little bit of belief in Mike Vrabel and Drake May and what they've done there. But if you just win the games that you're favored in, which we know that's not exactly how it works. Like New England's in the playoffs, 11 wins. And, of course, 2 games against the Bills where they'd be underdogs. So 11 of the other 15 games, they are favorites.
Yeah, I'll say this about, I don't know, I keep thinking about this idea that the Bills, because what it would to me say is the Bills are worried about the Patriots getting the number 1 overall pick in this draft.
If they'd
and they
thrown
need
that
to
game.
do whatever it takes to make sure. I have a tough time believing that. I have a really tough time believing that.
Well, it's even if you were worried about them, we're going to sit here and say now that teams that would not have, they would have too much integrity, and no snark here, they'd have too much integrity to tank for their own good, but they would not have so much to tank for
hurting someone else.
The non-good of their opponent.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. 3 draft spots for a divisional rival?
Yeah.
A tough sell.
It's a really tough sell. But so is Florio saying that other people agree that this happened?
Plenty believe it. That's all he said. Just, Plenty is just doing some work there. Plenty believe. Yeah, all right. Twitter poll, 28% voting do believe that, yes, the Bills would have thrown that game. 72% say no.
People, I don't know. Who would be telling him that he felt the conviction to write a piece about it?
Yeah.
Also, we're bored. We've gotten to that point in the offseason. We're now at that point in the offseason where week 18 games being thrown for divisional teams, losing 2 draft positions.
Being relitigated. Yeah.
We've gotten to that point of the offseason.
I mean, a point here is that the Patriots, of course, if they wanted to lose, could have played their backups, which
they could have easily,
which they did.
They did.
They did do that. They didn't play their starter.
Right. Drake May didn't play.
That's right, to protect him from injury. The same way that Josh Allen didn't play, to protect him from injury. So you have
a team that had nothing at stake. Both teams had nothing at stake.
Right. Which gets to the real root of does the NFL need a draft lottery? No. They probably don't. Could they put one in for television ratings? Sure. 40 million people would watch the top 3.
Right. They just don't need more television ratings. I feel like they're doing fine.
That might be right. But they definitely don't need a lottery. Here's New England. Just lose a game to the Bills, and you'll pick first. And the Patriots didn't.
Yeah.
Because their backups were trying, just like the same way the Bills' backups would have been trying. So it's just, man, is it ever work to say the Bills intentionally lost to a team that also would have been better off
trying to lose?
Yes. Right. Well, which is it? Get your story straight here. 803-0550. The Patriots, I do think the Patriots will finish second in the division this year.
I think there's a good chance they will too. Mostly because I think the Dolphins are headed for, and we talked about this I think a couple weeks ago, I think the Dolphins are headed for a full implosion. Ugly firings, trade-offs at the deadline. We still haven't gotten the Jalen Ramsey trade, which I think is, probably going to still happen. So they could fold. They could be a team in the race for a number 1 pick next year.
Yeah. Jordan Poyer, by the way, speaking of the Dolphins, like Poyer says he wants to come back.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I wouldn't anticipate that's going to happen, right? But don't think so.
No.
I mean, he can have the Micah Hyde contract, but
no, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not coming back.
One thing about the Dolphins, like you've been whatever, down on their build and what they are. We'll see how this version of them goes, but like, what's the plan? To be the fast, speedy team again, to run the precision offense again? That has worked. They've had a good offense and ultimately kind of hit their head on a ceiling like the Leafs.
Yeah.
If we could make a comparison to the Leafs, they get to a spot and then they just lose. It's not been, a decade of it. It's been like 3 years of it, 2-3 years of it. Yeah, I wonder if Mike McDaniel lasts the year, if he can make it out of the year.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised if he does. And the thing about them and how they've been built, the reason that the implosion opportunity exists with them, I think in large part is due to the personalities that they've really kind of made, the image that they've built that team in. And like, for me, it just would not surprise me in the least bit if Tyreek Hill gets traded before the season starts or at the trade deadline, and never really be able to, I don't know, is a wide receiver the right player to look at to say that he wasn't able to get them to a position where they were actually a contending team? They kind of had, I saw this, it was an image was it 2 years ago they won 70-20? It was 2 years ago, correct? Not this last year, the year before.
Yeah.
The direction that both franchises in that game, the Denver Broncos and the Miami Dolphins, went after that 70-20 game, kind of remarkable. Denver now has a quarterback. They made the playoffs last year. They have one of the best defenses in the league, and they kind of feel like they're here now as a legitimate AFC team. Maybe not contender yet, but a legitimate AFC team that could, push to win a division from the Chiefs. The Dolphins, they have not been the same team since that game. I mean, the next week, Buffalo absolutely beat the brakes off of them. The NFL's weird, man. I just, thinking about that, thinking about where those two teams are, almost that 70-20 win kind of ruined them.
Well, definitely created an expectation that they were going to be
They were just going to be a track team that you couldn't, and they just haven't been a wagon offensively. All the players, it feels like, the Chubb trade, terrible for them. Didn't play last year and got hurt the year before.
Yeah, they've had their injuries that have been a piece of this. And, of course, they paid Tua.
They did pay Tua against pretty much everyone's. I don't know that a lot of people agreed with that move. They kind of painted themselves into a corner, though, because they got the coach, probably the only coach that could get out of Tua what Tua's getting statistically. I mean, he had almost a 5,000-yard season 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Stayed healthy for a full year. I don't know that a lot, and it's sort of the situation where if you have got Tua as your quarterback, you're kind of painted into the corner in bringing back Mike McDaniel for another year. You kind of didn't have a choice. So you're not remaking an offense right now where they are in their, I don't know, would you call it a build? Because it feels more like the teardown portion of that than the build-up.
Is close.
I mean, if they trade Jalen Ramsey, who is playing corner for them? I don't know.
The life cycle of coaches, too. Think about the Jets just changed.
Yes.
The Patriots just changed.
Yep.
After changing 1 year before that as well. And here's Miami rolling in with Mike McDaniel again, who...
It's even is it maybe a little less about McDaniel and more about Chris Greer being there as long as he's been?
It might be. I mean, he's lasted a long time.
A long time.
A really long time.
For a team that doesn't have a playoff win.
Right.
And one playoff appearance, by the way.
2.
Is it 2?
2. Yeah, they lost to the Bills here.
Oh, that's
Skylar
right.
Thompson.
I forget that's even technically a playoff year for them.
Yep.
Yeah.
They lost the Bills here, and they lost to the Chiefs in that
insanely cold game.
Frigid frostbite game.
Yeah.
8030550.
Implosion.
You wonder on this NFL proposal to go seeding straight record instead of divisional winners. Boy, I bet the Jets and the Dolphins and the Patriots are going to vote for that this year.
Yeah, I think so.
The vote should come from the AFC West and the AFC East. We're in a division with a team that is really hard to catch. So how about a home playoff game for us? Could we mix it in? Yes, we'd love to go beat that team. But if I go 12-5, I'd like a home playoff game instead of having to go on the road to some frigid environment. That'll be voted on. I believe that'll be voted on this week.
I think it's got no juice, right?
I wouldn't say no juice. It's got some if it's going to be proposed.
Yeah.
It's got some.
I don't think it's going to pass.
The question you'd get to is if they want to reseed just based on record and not have a divisional win mean home field in the playoffs, does that diminish the meaning of a division? When you win your division, you get a home game, period. That's it.
Yep.
That's lock it in. And that makes divisional races exciting and meaningful, even if you are, we can talk about the team that finishes 8-8 when it wins the NFC West or AFC South. I feel like we've seen that before, right? Where it's the Jaguars or it's the Seahawks who did it 7-9. You have a year where you're not that good, but you get a home game and maybe, hey, win the division, get a home game. I get conflicted on it because on one side, Nate, I think you beat out 3 teams.
Yeah.
The NFL as a league has really done a good job to make 8 teams feel like they get to hang a banner.
Yep.
25% of the league hangs a banner that says champ.
We won a championship.
It says champs.
Yeah.
Which is okay. And the Bills are one of those teams that's done that, 5 in a row. So,
and it's not like they don't do that in the NBA. really. I mean, that doesn't mean anything in the NBA. It means more now. The NHL made it make more, made it mean more, those divisionals. Mm-hmm. And do we like that? Do we like what the NHL has done? I would say probably not.
No, the NHL has tried to force those matchups in the first round.
Yes. Yeah. And I think it's made, other than taking the top 8, I think that they've tried to fix something that wasn't broken in the NHL. I love what the NBA has done. The play-in game is awesome.
The play-in tournament's very good.
It's not really like you could do that in the NFL, but I'm always hesitant to come up with solutions to problems that don't exist. I don't view what the NFL has in terms of their playoff seeding, and I don't view it as a problem.
Yeah. Last year was an extreme example where the Vikings and Lions are playing, and the winner is the 1 and the loser is the 5.
I think that's awesome. I don't think you get that, though.
I don't think that's awesome. I think it's an outlier. I don't think it's awesome that if you lose this game, you drop 4 spots and you're going on the road. I mean, it meant that game mattered. It's also very close to the playoffs, and I think there's a case for both. That if you did the reseeding idea and did this new playoff format idea, you might have more races mattering longer.
Yeah.
Where, hey, the Texans have clinched the division, but they still have to keep playing if they want to play at home.
Yeah.
They can't just rest with 2 weeks to go.
Again, though, to me, I don't know that playoff seeding is going to fix the problem the league currently has, which the last 2 weeks have been largely meaningless.
Larry in South Florida before the break. Hey, Larry, what's up?
Hey, good morning, fellas. 2 things. First thing about this playoff, I still think if you win the division, you got to get in. Now, you shouldn't necessarily host a home playoff game, especially if you're 7-9. That part is awful. But if you win your division and you don't get in, to me, why play each other twice? Because, look at, if you go by records, there's 2 divisions right now, like the AFC North and the West. Those teams are going to kill each other, and their records aren't going to be as exemplary as, say, maybe the Bills. So I don't think you should take away the division winner's ability to be in a playoff game. I would take away their ability to host a game. That should be based on record. And as far as Mitch Marner concerned, I'd go all in, grab that guy. It's like when Skinner scored 40 and there was a debate whether we should, give him the contract or not. To me, there was no debate. Yeah, damn right, you give him the contract. It's the first 40-goal scorer we've had in how long? Now, it didn't necessarily pan out, but you still got to take that shot. So if Mitch Marner is even a possibility, I'm all in. Go get him.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he's not great in the playoffs. We haven't been in the playoffs in 14 years. I'd like to get to the playoffs again. So would love to get your comments on that.
Thanks, Larry. To the point about your comment on the NFL proposal, that is the proposal. You win the division, you still go to the playoffs, but you don't necessarily host a home game. That's how that will be voted on. And on Marner, I mean, it's funny. Who is a worse playoff performer? There's a joke in here about Marner or Jeff Skinner, who is in the playoffs for the first time in his NHL career, has played 1 game for Edmonton.
Yeah.
He's a healthy scratch.
He
played 1 game, and they did not put him out there. Now, maybe he gets back in, depending on injuries, but he played 11 minutes of the playoffs, and that was it. He has not been back in since. All in for Marner? We could talk about it with Paul. Paul Hamilton coming up on the other side on the Leafs. We'll do the obituary on the Leafs, talk about Rochester and Laval as the Amers look to continue their postseason run. They won a shootout the other night, and this series so far has had a lot of goals. So we'll talk about it with Paul. Larry, we'll get to that. On Marner, I mean, I have a tough time believing the Sabres are going to go and just write a check for
a blank check, yeah,
$90 million. I just have a tough time believing that. So, especially when they feel like probably they have scoring, and they've got other guys they're going to want to sign that could be cheaper, like Peterka and Ryan McLeod. And not to say that they're on the level of Mitch Marner, not at all, of course, but. Would I be into the idea? Of course, as many great players as possible. I don't see it very likely. Paul Hamilton on the other side on this question, and also on the Amers as we chart Devin Levi and that bunch trying to get by Laval in the AHL playoffs. Jeremy and Nate here on WGR. Couple things in the NFL and some stories to get to. The question I would have about, Marner to me is now the number one. What is he supposed to do?
Yeah.
Should he continue to be their scapegoat? Hey, Mitch, you want to stay? We'll give you $12 million a year for everyone to hate you. Or
so it's almost not even, it's not a choice.
Do you want to go somewhere else and make money and try and get a fresh start? I mean, he is a Canada kid playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs, which so many guys dream of, like Tavares.
He probably hates it.
Right, Tavares, I don't know if he hates it. I just know that it'd be one of those things. He's from Markham. He's from Toronto.
Yeah.
Like, Tavares went back there because it was the dream. And I'm thinking about Chris Drury's. The dream was to play for the Rangers. Mm-hmm. Imagine you yourself. Like, all right, everybody, ready? Close your eyes. You are a professional athlete. You get to play for the favorite team you grew up loving. Whether that's, Patrick Kane playing for the Sabres, which of course never happened. You have a chance to play for the team you grew up loving. You want to? Careful, right? Be careful. Maybe you don't want to. Because maybe what happens along the way is it doesn't go well enough and everybody hates you and is mad at you. Here's Mitch Marner at 28 years old. Another great season for him. And the playoffs, I mean, they're more mad about Game 5 because he had a turnover and didn't back check on one play. And their production is terrible, but careful what you wish for. So they might want him back. He might say no thanks, or vice versa. Could the Sabres get him? It seems ridiculous.
It does seem ridiculous.
It seems ridiculous. Should I entertain the idea? Anybody out there? 803-0550. Should we entertain it as serious? The Sabres would pay the highest paid player on their roster would become Mitch Marner, and they'd add him to a team that does not feel like it has scoring problems. If I could borrow from Brandon Beane and apply that to Kevin Adams, is he going to say, I don't feel like offense is why we lost, and then not want to add a piece like that? Because they score goals.
They do score goals, yeah.
They might not think they need a guy like Mitch Marner. Couple things in the NFL and some stories to get to. I put up a poll on Twitter about this. The Cooper Flag lottery, the Islanders lottery for that matter, draft lottery for the NFL became a topic of conversation last week or so. And Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk posted the concerns and how the NFL has not really shown any inclination to have a draft lottery. And he went so far as to say installing a draft lottery is a league admitting that losing is good. And we actually see that too many of you have done this, so we're going to put a lottery in because losing is good. And we don't want you to tank, right? We don't want teams to tank, which makes sense to me. As someone who supports a tank because you're just using the rules that are there, if you want the rules changed, I don't have a big problem with that. I also don't think tanking is a very big problem, especially in the NFL. The NFL really doesn't have a tanking problem because you get games all the time where it's in a team's best interest to lose, and they win anyway. That happened to the Patriots against the Bills at the end of this last season. The Giants, right, they won a game against the Colts with Drew Lock that cost them, was that 2 years ago, cost them Drake May? You constantly have these teams that are at the bottom winning a game that they shouldn't. You don't have teams throwing games.
The Giants.
Yeah, the Giants, the Patriots are two I can think of.
The Florida Panthers are moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals after they blew out the Toronto Maple Leafs 6-1 in Toronto in Game 7 last night. The Leafs have now not advanced to the conference finals since 2002. Western Conference Finals in the NHL are set as well. The Dallas Stars will take on the Edmonton Oilers. Game 1 is on Wednesday. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between Florida and Carolina is on Tuesday. Last night in the NLL final, the Bandits fell to the Saskatchewan Rush 11-10 in Game 2, with the series now tied at 1. Both teams will come back to Buffalo for a winner-take-all Game 3 on Friday night at 7:30. Over in the NBA, the Thunder blew out the Nuggets last night in Game 7. That means they'll take on the Timberwolves in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals on Tuesday. And over in the East, the New York Knicks and Indiana Pacers square off for Game 1 on Wednesday. Scottie Scheffler took home the PGA Championship yesterday for the first time. Scheffler won by a landslide at Quail Hollow, shooting 11 under par, which is 5 strokes better than anyone else in the field. The next major is the U.S. Open, which starts in June at Oakmont Country Club in Pennsylvania. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Felt like we were ready to play. Felt like we were in a good mindset. Like I said, I thought the first 10 minutes, they came out strong, and the next 10 minutes I thought we controlled play. And then I just thought we had too many passengers throughout the rest of the game and just weren't on the same page. And they get a couple goals and momentum like that, and then you're chasing the game, and it's hard to get it back. When you're down 3 against a good team that plays sound defensively like them.
Austin Matthews following the Leafs Game 7 loss. If you had too many passengers on your bingo board, that's the one that hits. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Wester Hotline. Chat a little bit about Rochester and Laval in the AHL series. But also, last night, Paul, were you disappointed in the game we got for Game 7? I mean, Game 7, you want some drama and a goal against, okay, it's 1-0, okay, it's 2-0, okay, the game's over. Yeah. I was even if you're rooting against Toronto, I was really disappointed that game went the way that it did.
Yeah, and it started off like Florida was all over them, and it looked like they survived that. And then Toronto all of a sudden started putting some pressure on, and it looked like, okay, here we go. Now we've got a good game. And then all of a sudden one goes in, then the next one goes in, then the next one goes in, and you no longer have a good game anymore. And Austin Matthews was very honest. He's absolutely right. I mean, the beginning of the game, where I think, did Florida have the first 20 shot attempts or something on that line?
Yeah, which is also like Game 5 went that way too. It was just domination in Toronto.
Yeah, and then, but the first chance Toronto got, I believe it was Nylander, was a dandy, and it was a great save. And then I think Toronto might have had the next 7 shots. So it's like, okay, I guess they just needed to get into it a little bit, and now we're going to have a good game. Well, that didn't last long.
No. So what do they do, Paul? I mean, Marner is a UFA. I guess that's a call they don't even really have to make. They don't have to trade him. They could just decide not to bring him back. Matthews, Nylander has been the punching bag before, maybe not as much this time around. It's a different GM. It's a different coach. They keep doing it with the same core and keep finding ways to lose. Do you see the Leafs here as having a flaw, or just, running up against another good team? I mean, the Panthers did win the Stanley Cup last year, and here they are again, built for this kind of series.
Yeah, but you can't, at the end of the day, be talking about that, you didn't show up. And this is not the first time I think I've heard that being said at the end of a Toronto series. And Matthews was absolutely right. And something I told you Dave Burkholder had said for many, many years, and it's such a simple thing, but it's so true. Your best players have to be your best players. It's as simple as that. If you're going to be a championship team, your best players have to be your best players. Look at the Edmonton Oilers. When they need a goal or something like that, who shows up? Draisaitl, McDavid. Those guys show up, and that's the thing. And who showed up for the Florida Panthers? Marchand. Was big there. Sam Bennett, when they need goals there. Tkachuk hasn't been scoring goals, but he certainly you don't have to worry about how he's going to play. And your best players have to be your best players. And Toronto's best players don't show up. And it's as simple as that, and they haven't. And, they should have been making changes long ago. 2 years ago, I thought, for sure, they would. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you, well, for sure they're going to make changes, because they don't usually. So I don't know why this one would be different, but one of these days they're going to have to figure this out.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Paul, we had a caller before you came on, ask about Marner, who, he'll be getting lots of offers, I'm sure. Would you expect the Sabres are a team that would be interested in bringing Mitch Marner on board?
Well, it's not like he's a good player, and I get all that, but the Buffalo Sabres can score goals. It's not their problem. They're 10th in the league in scoring. I think they average 3.23 goals per game. You can get up to 7th where it's 3.26. That's how close they are from being the 7th highest scoring team in the league. Scoring goals isn't their problem. He does not help them in the least, as far as I'm concerned, because they no longer, if the Buffalo Sabres want to be a good team, they got to stop being 29th in the league in goals against and get some goaltending where they get a big save at a big time. That's why they don't win. And that's why if you're looking at unrestricted free agents, I'll take Marchand, I'll take Sam Bennett over Mitch Marner any day of the week for what the Sabres need. And that's what they need. I mean, you get one of those two guys, you get a winner. You get a guy who can play both ends of the ice. You can easily plug them into your top six. They'll help you. They'll help your power play. They'll help you in all areas of the ice, not just offensively like Mitch Marner would. Mitch Marner will kill you defensively. Well, is that really what the Sabres need? Another guy who's one-dimensional and can help you offensively, but you don't really need help offensively right now. You need help keeping the puck out of the net. And as I said, I would want one of those two long before I want Mitch Marner, because they can help offensively. They can help defensively. They can help your power play. They're great in the room. They've won cups. You can count on them. They show up when you need people to show up. So I would take either one of them oodles long before I would be worried about Mitch Marner.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Paul, meanwhile, we're keeping tabs on the Amers, who in their playoff series with Laval, it's tied at 1 game apiece. And high-scoring series to this point. Now the whole thing shifts to Laval for the rest of the series, right? It was 2 games in Rochester and then 3 straight in Laval. So the Amers have to win 2 out of 3 on the road in order to advance.
Yeah, and I understand. I know people don't want to hear excuses, but they weren't themselves in Game 1. I get it. It was 13 days in between games. They were rusty. They weren't the defensive team that they normally are. They're an excellent defensive team. That didn't happen in Game 1. They were kind of all over the place, and they were that in Game 2. I mean, let's face it. I mean, they had to win Game 2. They weren't going to Laval, who had the best record in the American Hockey League, and winning 3 in a row. So it was an absolute must-win to win that game, and they did. I full marks to the Amers. I mean, they defensively, it was back. Levi wasn't hung out to dry. I mean, Laval didn't even have 20 shots. I think, so Levi had a fairly easy go at 19 shots that he had to face. And, not only that, but, they got their key scoring back, and they looked like the team that, they were supposed to be. Cale Clegg, I mean, he's leading the American Hockey League in scoring. He has 9 points in 5 games from defense, and he scored again. He scored in 5 straight games. Rusick, Rosian, Kulik, they were great. Mike Leone put them together as a line. And they were excellent in that game. So, it was a shame for Rochester that, they had to have 13 days in between games. And, it wasn't like, I mean, sure, they had a chance to win game one, but, that wasn't Amers hockey. It wasn't the hockey you're used to seeing them play. And you could see right off the bat they were playing their game in game two.
Paul Hamilton joining us on the Worcester Hotline. All right, so the other thing, Paul, Levi to me is like there are a lot of players down there important to watch. You mentioned a few of them, younger draft picks, but Levi is the guy I'm focusing in on, a playoff run here and consistent good play. He'll have his opportunity next season to try and have a job here. How's he been through this series and through the postseason to your eye?
Yeah, I mean, he gave up 5 in the first game, but same thing for him. He's a goaltender. He's got to play. You can practice all you want, but he wasn't as sharp. I mean, the rebounds were all over the place. Big fat rebounds in that first game and everything, and he was more himself, very calm in the net, very precise, getting out there to cut down angles. The goals that they did score on him weren't his fault. He might have been screened on, I believe, one of them. Now, I'm trying to think how they went in. There was a tip, that went in on him, and so it wasn't, he has given up 8 goals in the series right now, but he definitely, it wasn't, I wouldn't say game 2, he was himself again. He looked like when I saw game 2 against Syracuse there, where he was under control, he got to see everything, and I thought played very, very well. He only had to make 16 saves, but they weren't the type of goals where you'd say, "Oh, geez, come on, Devin, what are you doing?" type of a thing.
Yeah. Well, the Amers will be in Laval for their next game. That's Wednesday. Schedule goes Wednesday, Friday, and then Wednesday again. I'm sorry, I got wrong. Sorry, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Sorry, Wednesday, Friday,
yeah,
Sunday.
if I remember correctly, I think they're second in the league in the regular season on the road, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
But they're a good road team, definitely, and I believe they were second in the league.
Very good. What else, Paul? How do you like the conference finals? Carolina and Florida, or Dallas, Edmonton?
Dallas, Edmonton, Florida, great. I do not want to watch Carolina play hockey. I just don't. And I know they're winning. I mean, people say, well, they're winning. Yeah, you're right. They are. And I get it. And they're ruining hockey. It's like watching with Jacques Lemaire when he ruined hockey. And the Devils are winning the cup, and I can't stand watching them play. And I mean, Carolina, I think twice I've fallen asleep during their games and then wake up and go, oh, what happened at the game? Well, I don't even remember.
Yeah, you didn't, and you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, it's just it's the way they play. But, Florida, that's the thing about Florida, and that's why they were the champions last year. They can play it any way you want. You want to play that way? Okay, we'll beat you that way. You want to play a high-scoring game? You know what? We'll beat you that way too. However you want to play it, we'll play it, and they're good at it. So it'll be interesting to see, maybe Florida will make Carolina play their way, which is a little more exciting and a little more, fun to watch. But, yeah, I'm not looking forward to watching Carolina play hockey. The other 3 teams, though, Edmonton, Dallas, that should be a very good series. I'm looking forward to that one.
A rematch of last year's Western Conference Finals,
yes.
right? Yeah, all right.
And it was great.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton on both the NHL playoffs and also on the Amers, who will play Wednesday against Laval. The Bandits are coming back home as well for Game 3 of the NLL Finals.
Western Conference Finals going 7 games.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's gotta. It's gotta, and it'll be a great series. It was a great series last year. I would, only because of kind of what Paul just mentioned about the Hurricane, not really excited about them potentially being in the finals. I would watch another Florida-Edmonton final.
Yeah.
That was a great final.
Florida-Edmonton, it's funny. I love that final because, to me, it's a great argument, or whatever. Not against, but it's a great series to throw into any argument about momentum. Florida up 3-0. Edmonton wins 3 straight.
Yep.
Florida wins Game 7.
Right.
That's Scheffler yesterday. Up by 6,
yes.
Tied, win by
Back
6.
by 5.
Win by 5, whatever. Right. Not to say that it's not a real feeling, but does the feeling really matter? Or are you a team that can kind of get through that? That's kind of a little branch off of what Marchand said about that game last night. Like the Leafs, this isn't even really that big of a game, and the whole city up there puts so much pressure. He says they beat the pressure into them, the players. And I think you read between the lines. He's saying no wonder they play bad in these spots. They get just beaten into them how much pressure they are under. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront. Couple things in the NFL and some stories to get to. I put up a poll on Twitter about this. The Cooper Flag Lottery, the Islanders Lottery for that matter, draft lottery for the NFL became a topic of conversation last week or so. And Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk posted the concerns and how the NFL has not really shown any inclination to have a draft lottery. And he went so far as to say installing a draft lottery is a league admitting that losing is good. And we actually see that too many of you have done this, so we're going to put a lottery in because losing is good. And we don't want you to tank, right? We don't want teams to tank, which makes sense to me. As someone who supports a tank because you're just using the rules that are there, if you want the rules changed, I don't have a big problem with that. I also don't think tanking is a very big problem, especially in the NFL. The NFL really doesn't have a tanking problem because you get games all the time where it's in a team's best interest to lose, and they win anyway. That happened to the Patriots against the Bills at the end of this last season. The Giants, right, they won a game against the Colts with Drew Lock that cost them, was that 2 years ago, cost them Drake May? You constantly have these teams that are at the bottom winning a game that they shouldn't. You don't have teams throwing games.
The Giants.
Yeah, the Giants, the Patriots are two I can think of. Yeah, I wonder if Mike McDaniel lasts the year, if he can make it out of the year.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised if he does. And the thing about them and how they've been built, the reason that the implosion opportunity exists with them, I think in large part is due to the personalities that they've really kind of made the image that they've built that team in. And like, for me, it just would not surprise me in the least bit if Tyreek Hill gets traded before the season starts or at the trade deadline and never really be able to, I don't know, is a wide receiver the right player to look at and say he wasn't able to get them to a position where they were actually a contending team? They kind of had, I saw this, it was an image was it 2 years ago they won 70-20? It was 2 years ago, correct? Not this last year, the year before.
Yeah.
The direction that both franchises in that game, the Denver Broncos and the Miami Dolphins, went after that 70-20 game, kind of remarkable. Denver now has a quarterback. They made the playoffs last year. They have one of the best defenses in the league, and they kind of feel like they're here now as a legitimate AFC team. Maybe not contender yet, but a legitimate AFC team that could, push to win a division from the Chiefs. The Dolphins, they have not been the same team since that game. I mean, the next week, Buffalo absolutely beat the brakes off of them. The NFL's weird, man. I just, thinking about that, thinking about where those two teams are, almost that 70-20 win kind of ruined them.
Well, definitely created an expectation that they were going to be.
They were just going to be a track team that you couldn't, and they just haven't been a wagon offensively. All the players, it feels like the Chubb trade, terrible for them. Didn't play last year and got hurt the year before.
Yeah, they've had their injuries that have been a piece of this. And, of course, they paid Tua.
They did pay Tua against pretty much everyone's. I don't know that a lot of people agreed with that move. They kind of painted themselves into a corner, though, because they got the coach, probably the only coach that could get out of Tua what Tua's getting statistically.
Happy Monday. Cooler today. We are playing in a scramble, the par for the cause. Holiday Valley benefited the 11-day power play. We're playing later today. Is there a tried and true scramble formula for the order people should hit? I feel like I want analytics here, Nate. What are the golf-fulytics?
Strokes gained.
Yeah. Best
Ball
player
speed.
goes last. How the putting should work. How you're out to win a scramble. What edges can you get in there?
Best putter goes last. Worst putter goes first.
The problem with that is depends how bad the worst putter is, because sometimes the worst putter gets
Doesn't
up there,
give you the line.
Not just doesn't give you the line, just blasts it
Sure.
off the green. Like,
Yeah.
oh, thanks.
I don't think you want your best putter first, though.
Yeah, that's probably right. You'd say that more information is good
Yes.
for the putter to go
More
last.
information's always good.
That's probably right.
I think I got to drive last today, though.
Yeah?
I've been driving the ball well.
Okay.
Maybe me and you drive last. Sal's a fairway finder.
No, Sal's got a new driver. I'm excited to play with Sal. He's talking about he's added 20 yards off the tee at least.
But Sal, what I mean, though, is like Sal is very accurate.
That's true.
He has his very high controlled cut.
It sounds like you would describe me as not that.
I would say that, like me, you could
Erratic.
You could be great.
Erratic.
But, you could also not be.
There's some
You've got distance in there. It's tucked away.
There's some inconsistency.
Yeah.
I almost quit the game like 5 days ago. No, it's fine.
Left the store without buying anything. That's how I know you were down bad.
Oh, I'll tell you that story a little later. Yeah. I went to the store and did not buy anything. I couldn't do it. And when I tell you why, you're going to make fun of me forever, probably. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The NFL's got owners' meetings coming up a little bit later, and rules proposals include a shuffling of the playoff seeding. We got plenty to get to. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Joe's out, Nate's in for a couple days this week. Sal's in a little bit later as well. Joe's off all week. We'll take your calls. You got something to throw our way? We're happy to have it. 803-0550 on WGR. The question I would have about, Marner to me is now the number one. What is he supposed to do?
Yeah.
Should he continue to be their scapegoat? Hey, do you want Mitch, you want to stay? We'll give you $12 million a year for everyone to hate you. Or
so it's almost not even, it's not a choice.
Do you want to go somewhere else and make money and try and get a fresh start? I mean, he is a Canada kid playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs, which so many guys dream of, like Tavares.
He probably hates it.
Right, Tavares. I don't know if he hates it. I just know that it'd be one of those things. He's from Markham. He's from Toronto.
Yeah.
Like, Tavares went back there because it was the dream. And I'm thinking about Chris Drury's. The dream was to play for the Rangers. Mm-hmm. Imagine you yourself. Like, all right, everybody, ready? Close your eyes. You are a professional athlete. You get to play for the favorite team you grew up loving. Whether that's, Patrick Kane playing for the Sabres, which of course never happened. You have a chance to play for the team you grew up loving. You want to? Careful, right? Be careful. Maybe you don't want to. Because maybe what happens along the way is it doesn't go well enough and everybody hates you and is mad at you. Here's Mitch Marner at 28 years old. Another great season for him. And the playoffs, they're more mad about Game 5 because he had a turnover and didn't back check on one play. And their production is terrible, but careful what you wish for. So they might want him back. He might say no thanks, or vice versa. Could the Sabres get him? It seems ridiculous.
It does seem ridiculous.
It seems ridiculous. Should I entertain the idea? Anybody out there? 803-0550. Should we entertain it as serious? The Sabres would pay the highest paid player on their roster would become Mitch Marner, and they'd add him to a team that does not feel like it has scoring problems. If I could borrow from Brandon Bean and apply that to Kevin Adams, is he going to say, I don't feel like offense is why we lost, and then not want to add a piece like that? Because they score goals.
They do score goals. Yeah.
They might not think they need a guy like Mitch Marner. Couple things in the NFL and some stories to get to. I put up a poll on Twitter about this. The Cooper Flag Lottery, the Islanders Lottery for that matter, draft lottery for the NFL became a topic of conversation last week or so. And Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk posted the concerns and how the NFL has not really shown any inclination to have a draft lottery, and he went so far as to say installing a draft lottery is a league admitting that losing is good. And we actually see that too many of you have done this, so we're going to put a lottery in because losing is good. And we don't want you to tank, right? We don't want teams to tank, which makes sense to me. As someone who supports a tank because you're just using the rules that are there, if you want the rules changed, I don't have a big problem with that. I also don't think tanking is a very big problem, especially in the NFL. The NFL really doesn't have a tanking problem because you get games all the time where it's in a team's best interest to lose, and they win anyway. That happened to the Patriots against the Bills at the end of this last season. The Giants, right, they won a game against the Colts with Drew Lock that cost them, was that 2 years ago, cost them Drake May? You constantly have these teams that are at the bottom winning a game that they shouldn't. You don't have teams throwing games.
The Giants.
Yeah, the Giants, the Patriots are two I can think of.
Rush last night, 11-10 in Game 2 of the NLL Finals. The series now tied at 1. Both teams come back to Buffalo for a winner-take-all Game 3 on Saturday at 4:30. If the Bandits win, they'll complete the three-peat that Saturday at 4:30 at KeyBank Center. The Toronto Maple Leafs fall in Game 7 once again last night to the Florida Panthers. They get blown out at home, 6-1. The Leafs now have not advanced to a conference final since 2002. Florida will now go on to face the Carolina Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Final. Game 1 is on Tuesday. The Western Conference Finals are set as well. The Dallas Stars knocked out the Winnipeg Jets on Saturday, 2-1 in overtime. They'll face the Edmonton Oilers in Game 1 on Wednesday. Over in the NBA, the conference finals are set as well. The Thunder blew out the Nuggets last night in Game 7, winning 125-93. They take on the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 on Tuesday. And over in the East, the New York Knicks take on the Indiana Pacers, Game 1 on Wednesday. Scottie Scheffler took home the PGA Championship yesterday for the first time. He won by a landslide at Quail Hollow, shooting 11 under par, which was 5 strokes better than anyone else in the field. The next major is the U.S. Open, which starts in June at Oakmont Country Club in Pennsylvania. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Fraser, washed by Barnable, spins, one hand between the leg. I'm out. I'm not calling any more games because Chase Fraser just broke my mind.
Unbelievable. The human highlight reel. Chase Fraser does not score ugly goals. Takes his man wide, one hand on the stick, the Beyonda bouncer and in. Call Sports Center.
TSN on the Bandits game. They ultimately lost. I was watching when Chase Fraser scored that goal, like one-handed behind the back, through the legs, bounce off the ground. I mean, pretty nuts. Bandits did ultimately fall, though. They will come back home for a game Saturday at KeyBank Center, 4:30 Saturday. Nice little afternoon affair. I like that. So a chance to go for the back-to-back-to-back, the three-peat for the NLL, the Bandits coming home. Close game. They had a lead late, and I wondered if they would, get the job done. But as much as you run the risk of losing the championship by going to the third game, the idea of coming back home for one more, why not?
Exciting.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, it could be a big party at the arena on Saturday. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Monday. Nate's in for Joe a couple days this week. Joe's out this week. A vacation for Joe. And we're chatting a couple different things here. Leafs and Panthers, that series is over. The Leafs lose. There's some stats that we run through. The Sabres have more playoff wins than the Leafs in the last 20 years. That's kind of tough to do for a team that's missed as often as the Sabres, but they have 4 series wins. The Leafs have 2 series wins. Their record in games in which they can clinch a series is 2-13 in the last 15 opportunities to do that, to clinch and move on. 2-13. That's pretty tough. Think about that. 13 times. 13 times having the chance to win a game and go to the next round. I should say, I guess 15 times.
15 times.
And twice they've won it. Tough. Really tough.
Yeah, that's one you can't hide from.
No, that's Mitch Marner, would the Sabres actually do it? And we talked about that a little bit with Paul. So plenty of that kind of stuff to get to. 803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-550-2550. Some general NFL stuff as well. There's owners' meetings that go today. Now that we have the schedule, we've reached this portion of, mini camp stuff. And what's the next piece of news that's going to come out? I mean, James Cook tweets something. There was a report over the weekend about Chris Olave. Could the Saints be interested in moving him? That the Steelers have been calling about Olave. I saw Andrew Filipponi on this one. So, quick thought on this, Nate, if you'll indulge me about
certainly
the wide receiver position.
Yeah,
because the Steelers are calling about Chris Olave. Olave is a little bit of an injury issue.
A lot of concussions.
Concussions. Yeah. He is an awesome number one wide receiver.
Unbelievably talented.
Yes. He is the free Chris Olave. Get him out of there.
Yes.
They didn't have a quarterback. They have to decide what to do if they're going to pay him. And the Steelers don't either. That's true. The Steelers might have one soon, but they might have an old one. But so Olave could be moved. And maybe the Steelers end up making that move. I don't know. It seems like it'd be a lot to get him out of there. I think a first-round pick would be a starting point if it's a late first, but maybe it's a day 2 pick. Andrew Filipponi reported the Steelers would part ways with a day 2 pick for Olave, which most teams probably would.
I think would.
Most teams would. The injuries are
definitely a concern.
Issue.
They're a concern.
They are an issue. The Bills, I wouldn't really peg them for this. Their positions are kind of filled.
Like the conversation about Trey Hendrickson, I feel like that's over.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa's your Trey Hendrickson.
For at least 1 year.
Yeah.
For at least 1 year.
Yeah.
And for the Bills, they've got contracts now at Palmer, Shakir, and Coleman. Maybe if Coleman doesn't have
Moore is there too.
Moore is a 1 year deal.
Yeah.
But if Coleman doesn't have a really strong sophomore campaign, I think the Bills do dip back into that market and that idea. But they're counting on him, and I think there's good reason to think that there's a lot there. So
Olave would be awesome in this offense.
Yes, he would.
He would be awesome.
Yes. He is fantastic.
Yeah.
Can he stay healthy is a big question. Like, he would have been a guy that we mentioned from time to time as just trying to identify where's a guy
that could break free,
that you could get out of a place, because these caliber players are tough to find. But I just don't think the Bills, really, the timeline necessarily matches for it right now.
I agree.
And it's, again, an indicator of how tough these guys are to get. How many times they get traded for first-round picks, or there are teams interested and it just never comes to fruition. That was Ayuk last year, where Pittsburgh wants him.
And New England want him. He didn't want to go to either.
Yeah. So it's these can be tough to strike the deal. So Olave's name is out there now, but I wouldn't really expect the Bills to be over that, because they like who they have. On Coleman, one of the more interesting things I read about Coleman last week was Marcus Mosher, who was on the afternoon show on Thursday or Friday, referring to him as one of the most important players in the NFL this year.
I read that piece.
Which the case he made was, if he's great, then the Bills
might be unstoppable.
The Bills are going to dominate.
Yeah.
And
they might still do that even if he's
is
not.
everybody ready for the Bills to be, again, they're the strongest favorite to win their own division.
Yep.
Super Bowl odds by week 2. If the Bills beat the Ravens week 2, they will be the favorites to win the Super Bowl before September is out. Already they are one of the Super Bowl favorites. I mean, there's no getting around it. Is everyone ready to go back to life as the favorite? Because it feels like last year they liked being doubted. They liked the story about their team, which was turning it over. You want to say everybody eats. You want to say just a little bit different, the transition, getting rid of some aging vets. They kind of turned it over. And this year, I think expectations will be right back where they've been for quite some time. This is a little bit about like the Leafs. The Leafs live in the pressure. And, Nate, for a long time, the Bills have lived in pressure. And last year was a year where I still think it was there, but it's almost like someone let a release valve out a little bit, right? You want to say that was Diggs and Davis and Hyde and Poyer or whoever, whatever. It felt like last year there was a little bit of pressure let out of that. And now we're back this year. The 1 seed is it, right? Isn't this a season-long 1 seed race? They have a division that we think they should win. Mm-hmm. Their schedule in terms of who they match up with the NFC South, like, okay, that doesn't seem too tough. They will be pegged to be one of the top 3 teams, and if you beat the teams that you play against, Kansas City, Baltimore, like,
you should be in that position.
Close the stadium with the AFC Championship game. I put up a poll last week. What's the most likely scenario for the last game at Old Highmark? And the overwhelming winner was AFC Championship game. Host it.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
Would you pick them to get it?
I mean, their schedule. I just have I take issue with declaring schedules easy and hard in May, because everybody looked at that Bills schedule last year and thought, whew. I remember last May thinking, this is the hardest schedule I've ever seen. They started in May as the second hardest schedule in the league behind the New England Patriots, the 2 hardest schedules in the league last year. And by the time the stretch that everyone talked about being the make or break stretch, I felt it was more likely the Bills would have a repeat of 2023 where it's right up to the end. There's a stretch of games in there. They lose a bunch of games. They kind of cruise. Like that stretch of Kansas City and then home against San Francisco, the bye week. Like, they smoked San Francisco. They beat Kansas City by 2 scores. It wasn't as hard as it really was made out to be this time last May. So I'm not going to overreact to them being a top 5 easiest schedule in May. Too much changes from year to year. Too much changes from now until September, October. But yeah, I mean, right now, it feels like maybe their best opportunity, and isn't part of this conversation about their best opportunity at the 1 seed a little about the AFC West feeling like it's the most again, that's another thing I feel like I don't want to say in May, because I feel like every May you're like, the AFC West, it's going to be better.
I know.
Someone's going to dethrone them.
Well, last year, 3 teams made the playoffs.
They were good.
And now the 4th team is Geno Smith, who is respectably good.
And a good running back.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the league's best tight end. And a coach that is respectable for once.
So if you want to dig really into this, I'm at ESPN.com, and betting odds are one way to do this. And if you look at the Super Bowl odds, the Bills are not the favorite. The Eagles are, and the Chiefs are, and the Ravens and Bills are right there. If you look at the conference odds, it's a little bit different. This is where, whether it's strength of schedule, reputation, whatever it might be, the co-favorites to win the conference, Bills, Ravens. Chiefs slightly behind. And then if I look at win totals, once the schedule comes out, I probably get win totals before that. Now the schedule's out. The biggest number on the board for win totals is 11.5. Over-under is 11.5. And if you just go by the money line, which is how much you have to spend to win.
Yep.
The Bills are the favorite for the 1 seed. They are the most likely to get 12 wins. That's how I would interpret this. Over 11.5 for the Bills is minus 145. That same number for the Ravens and the Chiefs is even. That says, to me,
harder divisions.
Favorite for the 1 seed. Yeah.
Harder divisions.
Most likely to get 12 wins, according to this, at ESPN.com, ESPN Bet. Most likely to get 12 wins is the Buffalo Bills. Which means, how could that not just easily translate to most likely to get the 1 seed?
And hasn't been, I think for me, this hasn't necessarily been the biggest argument for why I want the Bills to have the 1 seed. I think the home field advantage is super important, but I think that bye week ends up being hugely important. We seemingly talk about it every year in the pregame of the wild card game, where we're like, this game kind of sucks because
you don't
want to be playing it. And like I keep thinking that if there is the route, if the Bills are going to win a Super Bowl, that the route feels like it would have to be them winning the 1 seed, getting home field advantage for the AFC Championship game, and winning here. I think that, for me, makes the most sense for the Bills. It's the easiest pathway. But how you get there, and the conversation about the odds and who's most likely to win the 1 seed and it being the Bills, again, I do think just goes back to the way the divisions are currently set up. It just feels like the Bills have the least to worry about 6 weeks a year, and the Chiefs might have the hardest. Because Cleveland, I think the Chiefs have the hardest divisional road this year of any team in the league.
Sure. The North has probably 3 respectable teams.
I think 2 really good ones, maybe a third.
Maybe a respectable. Yes. Yeah, the Chiefs have, on paper, we'd say the Chiefs have the toughest division. I'm with you, because you said we've done that before and it's never played out that way, but maybe this is the year it does. Ron and Alden on this, on the 1 seed. As the Bills become the favorite for it?
Guys.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, good morning, guys. Nice to talk to you again. My favorite part of the schedule is if we win the 1 seed, we don't travel for over 5 weeks. And if you make the Super Bowl, then it's like 7 weeks, because the last 2 games are home. You get the bye week and 2 home games if you win them both. That's a lot of time just spending at home. And I don't know if that's ever happened before, but I don't know if anyone's thinking that, like, wow, we don't have to travel for like a long time. They'll get home from the Week 16 game that Sunday night, if I'm right about the week. Sunday, yeah. And that's it. So 6, 7, 8 weeks, they'll be sitting at home. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think it's good. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I'm looking last year because the Chiefs had things locked up. They clinched the 1 seed when they played on Christmas, which was week 17, right? So they would have sat for week 18 at home and then bye week and then playoffs through there. But I don't think it's as that would be a week and a half. The Bills have their last 2 games at home with Philadelphia and then the Jets. That Philly game, it's in a weird spot.
It's in a super weird spot. I is my least favorite piece of the schedule.
Of the big part? Yeah.
It just feels like it could be meaningless for both teams, which I don't like.
Which is not that likely.
I would agree. I agree it's not that likely.
Yeah, but it could also get to a spot where we're at week 17 or whatever that is and thinking, well, these are the 2 best teams in football. It'll be the new Chiefs game where it's, well, whoever wins this game, great, congratulations. If they meet again, it's a lot more important.
Yes.
Mike and Tonawanda. Yes. Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I don't know if you guys ever touched on this recently, but you notice like every other year, the Bills going from like 11-6 to 13-3 and kind of switch back and forth. And this is the year for the 11-6 year. And I don't know why it is. I don't know, something quirky in the universe or not, but that seems to happen. Even when they had great teams, they gone 11-6. And the years where, they're not expecting much from them, they go 13-3 or 13-4 in the case last year. And I know I'm with Nate, and we were talking about easy schedule here in May, and it's like, you got to keep that in mind, too, because, we're talking about 1 seed and all this stuff. I mean, what if this is the 11-6 year? If they could break that trend, great. But for some reason, universally, it seems like every other year is the 11-6 year. They got these unexplicable losses. Even the last time they went 11-6, they got the Denver loss on Monday night, and all along lines like that. So I mean, keep that in mind. I don't know.
Yeah, what you're getting at. Thanks, Mike. 13-11, 13-11, 13. If that were to continue, it'd be 11 this year, which that would be under. I mean, their over-under is 11.5. Things could go wrong, injuries. I don't want to say the offensive coordinator could lose his magic touch. That did happen to the last one.
It certainly did.
You mentioned that when the Bills beat the brakes off the Dolphins 1 week after 70-20. A month later, we were all like, get this guy out of here.
Get this guy out of here.
I don't expect that to happen to Joe Brady.
Either do I. And it felt the Dorsey thing was a long time coming.
Yeah.
That was 8 months in the making, the frustration with him. And, I mean, they got the best version of Josh Allen last year with this OC. So I agree. I am not. I would say if I'm worried about one thing, if I'm worried about one side of the ball, obviously, they're worried about one side of the ball more than the other.
Mm-hmm.
It would be Bobby Babich I'm worried about, not Joe Brady.
What's their biggest flaw?
Currently, roster,
right.
idea.
To start the season, the Bills are a favorite, one of the favorites to win the whole thing. We just ran through how they would be the number 1 seed, the favorite to be the number 1 seed, most likely to get to 12 wins. What's the biggest thing holding them back? I don't have an easy answer.
I feel like I do, but I don't know that it matters. It's safeties.
Yeah, would you say safeties are going to keep them from
12
wins?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, their defense didn't stop them from getting 13 wins last year, and it was the worst they've had.
Yeah, that's right.
So if the question is, they've made a bunch of additions on that defense. Are they any better? I think they have to be, because they were bad. At times they were bad. The other times you felt like they were average, which sometimes feels bad in the NFL with how defenses or how good offenses are. Sometimes feeling like you have an average defense really feels like you have a bad defense.
Yeah.
But there were games last year, especially in the playoffs, that the Chiefs' performance, it was bad defensively. So can they be better than average? I think that'd be my question. And are the safeties going to be the reason or the thing that holds them back? But I don't think you could look at the safeties and say, because they're safeties, they can't win 12 games. I just think could it hold them back from winging it? Because it did hold them back. But as I have said to you and have said many times, the Bills did have the ball in the hands of the offense the last 2 years, and they've lost.
I went on in Kansas City with Carrington Harrison, who we have on the show all the time, and I go on that station in Kansas City all the time. And he asked the question, like, what what's the chatter around here for the Bills and finally getting by the Chiefs. And I said to him basically that the conversation ends up being finding the missing 4 points.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's getting 4
or
more
stopping it,
or giving up 4 fewer.
Yeah.
It's the missing 4 points. And I think there are good cases to be made. You could get them on either side of the ball. I know the Bills scored 29 in that game they lost to the Chiefs, but 33 is not out of the realm of possibility for this Bills team. Is 33 asking too much? And if they average 30 in your biggest game of the year, can I get you to give me 33? So, again, that's not saying that the defense was great and the offense was to blame. Like I just relate it that way, that the conversation around here is about 4 points.
Yes.
We know they're good enough. We know they're great even. And where are they going to find the 4-point answer? That 4-point answer might be winning 2 more games down the stretch in November to get the 1 seed and be home so you don't play in wild card weekend and you are 3 players healthier than you have been. I mean, like when Benford got knocked out of the AFC Championship game, he had a concussion the week before, right? Like the guys get banged up in these games. They've lost really important players in these games down the stretch. And if they can be as healthy as possible, could that just alone be a difference between the 4 points they're looking for or, falling the same way? 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. If you want to give us a ring on this. The Bills as the 1 seed. I think we can pull from the betting lines. They're the favorite for the 1 seed. Not necessarily the favorite for the Super Bowl, but the favorite for the 1 seed. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in today. Joe's on vacation this week. More of your phone calls on the other side here on WGR. Couple things in the NFL and some stories to get to. I put up a poll on Twitter about this. The Cooper Flag Lottery, the Islanders Lottery for that matter, draft lottery for the NFL became a topic of conversation last week or so. And Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk posted the concerns and how the NFL has not really shown any inclination to have a draft lottery. And he went so far as to say installing a draft lottery is a league admitting that losing is good. And we actually see that too many of you have done this, so we're going to put a lottery in because losing is good. And we don't want you to tank, right? We don't want teams to tank, which makes sense to me. As someone who supports a tank because you're just using the rules that are there, if you want the rules changed, I don't have a big problem with that. I also don't think tanking is a very big problem, especially in the NFL. The NFL really doesn't have a tanking problem because you get games all the time where it's in a team's best interest to lose, and they win anyway. That happened to the Patriots against the Bills at the end of this last season. The Giants, right, they won a game against the Colts with Drew Lock that cost them, was that 2 years ago, cost them Drake May? You constantly have these teams that are at the bottom winning a game that they shouldn't. You don't have teams throwing games.
The Giants.
Yeah, the Giants, the Patriots are two I can think of. This year, I think expectations will be right back where they've been for quite some time. This is a little bit about like the Leafs. The Leafs live in the pressure. And, Nate, for a long time, the Bills have lived in pressure. And last year was a year where I still think it was there, but it's almost like someone let a release valve out a little bit, right? You want to say that was Diggs and Davis and Hyde and Poyer or whoever, whatever. It felt like last year there was a little bit of pressure let out of that. And now we're back this year. The 1 seed is it, right? Isn't this a season-long 1 seed race? They have a division that we think they should win. Mm-hmm. Their schedule in terms of who they match up with the NFC South, like, okay, that doesn't seem too tough. They will be pegged to be one of the top 3 teams, and if you beat the teams that you play against, Kansas City, Baltimore, like,
you should be in that position.
Close the stadium with the AFC Championship game. I put up a poll last week. What's the most likely scenario for the last game at Old Highmark? And the overwhelming winner was AFC Championship game. Host it.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
Would you pick him to get it?
The Buffalo Bandits fall in Game 2 of the NLL Finals last night to the Saskatchewan Rush, 11-10. With the series now tied at 1, both teams will come back to Buffalo for a winner-take-all Game 3 on Saturday at 4:30. Saturday at 4:30 at KeyBank Center. The Maple Leafs fall once again set in Game 7, losing to the Florida Panthers 6-1 last night in Toronto. The Leafs have not advanced to the conference final since 2002, and Florida will now go on to face the Carolina Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 1 is on Tuesday. Over in the West, Dallas Stars will face off against the Edmonton Oilers after they finished off the Winnipeg Jets on Saturday. Game 1 of that series is on Wednesday. Over in the NBA, the Thunder will take on the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 on Tuesday of the Western Conference Finals after the Thunder defeated the Denver Nuggets last night 125-93 in Game 7. And over in the East, the Knicks and Pacers will start off with Game 1 on their conference finals on Wednesday. And Scotty Scheffler took home the PGA Championship for the first time yesterday. He won by a landslide at Quail Hollow, shooting 11 under par, which was 5 strokes better than anyone else in the field. The next major in the US is the US Open, which starts in June at Oakmont Country Club in Pennsylvania. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Five of the Bills' first 8 games are against quarterbacks that are in their 4th year starting or younger. That's including Justin Fields, so realistically in their 3rd year starting or younger. You get Penix, you get Drake May, you get Bryce Young, you get probably Tyler Shucker, Spencer Rattler, you get Justin Fields. This has to be the year for the Bills. It has to be. Yeah. It has to be. They've never been a 1 seed. Right. This is the year that the Bills should get the 1 seed. This is the year.
Emmanuel Acho on The Facility. That the one with Chase Daniel on that show, too? I think Chase Daniel's on that show. He had to take on Caleb Williams. We'll get to that. Ooh, Jeremy and Joe, right. Nate is in. Joe's off this week. One very quick thing I wanted to mention. We'll get back to your calls on the Bills and the 1 seed, and if this is the year that this should be the one. It kind of lines up. I know we're months away from it actually happening, and the games have to be played. I want to mention real quickly, though, because this is also the year we're going to get a new set of jerseys for the Bills, the Dolphins, the Patriots, and the Jets. And in trying to figure out what they would do, I want to say that the Boston Red Sox new City Connect jersey is the best example of what could happen. In a good way. Maybe I'm in the minority here. The Red Sox new City Connect jersey, which is Major League Baseball teams, they've got a new jersey. It's City Connect. One of the ones the Red Sox did was yellow and blue, the colors of the Marathon.
Yeah, I didn't like that one.
Okay.
Do you talk about the other one, though, the green one?
The green.
The green's hot.
What is the green?
Celtics smash up.
No.
Right?
It's the Fenway scoreboard.
Ah!
The Red Sox made the scoreboard their jersey.
Okay, yeah.
And that's brilliant. As the NFL goes to these rivalries uniforms, the idea is something that is
connecting to the past, right?
Connects to your team's history, blah, blah, blah. And the Red Sox found a way to not wear the colors that they normally wear. Like, what if we made the uniform out of the scoreboard, which is an iconic scoreboard?
Yes.
And I think they're massive winners. Great idea. It's the best idea I've seen executed in terms of how can you have something totally different and also make it look like it's a part of your history. So I don't know what that is for the Bills, but whoever did that or had that idea, get them on these rivalry uniforms that the AFC East and the NFC West are going to be wearing this year.
I don't think that NFL does a great job with jerseys.
I have no idea what they're going to do. I'm so glad the Bills are in on this because only 8 teams are going to do it this year.
Yep.
And the uniforms are going to be around for 3 years. This alternate set
is you got to hit. It's got to hit.
It's got to hit.
It has to hit.
And it has to be different enough for it to matter because they want to sell them.
I'm glad that the Bills are a part of this because it just feels like every time there's a cool run on jerseys, the Bills are not one of the teams.
Yeah, the Bills have perfect uniforms.
They do.
So they're not in on a lot of this other stuff.
They do have perfect uniforms.
Yeah. Lou in Boston is next up. Hey, Lou, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys were talking about that odd Philadelphia game at the end of the season, and I just wanted to ask you if you had a chance to look at the Eagles' schedule. I think most prognosticators believe that the Washington, what are they called now? The
Commanders.
The Commanders, thank you.
Yeah.
Are their best competition going into this season. Did you see when they play the Commanders?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It goes Commanders, Bills, Commanders to finish, which I think is a monstrosity from the NFL to have those two teams not play until week 16.
I would agree with that.
Right. And the one is a Saturday game in Philly, and then the Washington game isn't even scheduled at this time.
Yeah.
It could also be a Saturday. I have to think that gives the Bills a bit of an advantage there. I'm sure one of those games is going to be of value, and if they want to possibly be in a position to eliminate one of their rivals, both games are going to be of value.
Yeah.
And then if they're not going to be the 1 seed or have a chance for the 1 seed, they're going to have to be thinking about resting people, and yet still have to play one of their major rivals twice at the end of the season. It's going to be tough on them.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. I had not seen that about the Eagles' schedule. It's a good point. Like the idea that the Eagles, could they already have something wrapped up? They would need a 2-game lead on Washington with 3 to play. They play the Commanders 2 of their last 3 games.
Cowboys are going to be better, right?
Yes.
Even with Brian Schottenheimer as their coach, they're going to be better?
Yes. Their offense is going to be good.
Their offense should be very good. I mean, they got, with George Pickens now, they have another legitimate wide receiver. Also feels like that could also implode.
Could.
Has Dolphins vibes, a little.
The Giants, I saw Brett Coleman of Underdog Fantasy say the Giants are about to be the best 1-12 team in NFL history. Because he was not trying to insult them.
No, I get it.
That division.
Did you see their first 6 games?
Look at their first 13 games. That's why he said the best 1-12 team in history. So the Giants, of course, that division is pretty good. They go Commanders, Cowboys, Chiefs, Chargers, Saints, Eagles, Broncos, Eagles, Niners, Bears, Packers, Lions, Patriots.
That's absurd.
Commanders, Vikings, Raiders. They might go 1-16 and be respectably good.
Yes.
It's just an insane schedule.
That is the hardest schedule I've ever heard of in my life.
I agree. The easiest game is the Saints, and the second easiest game is the Patriots. The Raiders?
That's tough.
The best.
I've never seen a schedule play out like that before.
The best 1-16 team you've ever seen.
Poor Brian Dable. No chance. I mean, he's not.
Yeah.
He's done.
When he and Joe Shane were like pitching for, let's give us one more
oh,
year.
wait.
One more year. All right, you know what? You're hired. Here's your schedule. Oh, no.
Okay, you know what?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Can we get, what do we got to do to get 2 years?
Right.
Somebody tweeted in a picture of the Beef on Weck uniforms for the Bills.
All right. You have my attention. They're not going to go Beef on Weck uniforms. This is not minor league baseball.
Yeah, right.
I say that with love.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Bill in West Seneca. Hey, Bill.
Jeremy, Nate, how are you guys this morning?
We're good, Bill. Thanks for calling.
So I had a couple quick questions out of curiosity when you were talking about Chris Olave. And you start thinking, I mean, the window's still open, obviously. Josh is one of the most talented quarterbacks that the NFL's seen probably in a couple generations. However, the older he gets, that window starts to close. Is it a matter, do you think, of, because I haven't been following as well, is it a matter of affordability, or could a trade and a pick be traded for him?
Sure.
Because he is a very high-quality receiver. I don't know if you'd say he's the same quality as someone is Diggs. But the other part of my question, which is really puzzling, Jeremy, is I know you guys go and you watch minicamp and all that wherever you're allowed to go, wherever they allow the press. As far as like Tyrell Shavers, wasn't he drafted very highly touted?
No.
He wasn't drafted highly touted. He was a highly touted high school recruit coming out.
I mean, he showed some tiny glimmers when he played in that game. I know he was against backups, but he scored a touchdown and he showed that his speed and his size. Is there a reason why he's not even talked about as a possibility of playing as a regular player or a starting player?
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Shavers is. I liked Shavers a couple of years ago. We've kind of joked about like Tyrell Shavers truthers. I think he's kind of shown out at training camp to be pretty good. Last year he had a really good camp, and still
didn't matter really.
No, it did. He did not crack the lineup with regularity. Did Jalen Virgil dress more games than Shavers did?
Believe so,
because it's about playing special teams and the way the Bills use their receivers. So. Would Shavers have one catch last year for 69 yards and a touchdown? It was a nice play against backups. I mean, there's ability there, but it's. I guess it strikes me as it's not tough to look hard in camp, and then once you get out to regular, to games, it's a different story. Who do the Bills trust on Olave? So, is he as good as Diggs when the Bills went and got Diggs? Probably not. Diggs, like looking back on Diggs, if you want to talk receiver here, Diggs was elite. Olave is darn good. Matt Harmon, reception perception, charts his success rate against man in the 87th percentile, 82nd percentile against press, 76th against zone. Like, this is a guy who's good at it all. And maybe, again, like everybody else, this is how we do with it. Whether it's Josh Palmer, Keon Coleman, Elijah Moore, get a player with Josh, and Josh will help that player find the ceiling that is there. Olave would have a higher ceiling than anybody the Bills have. But the idea that they could trade for him, they could definitely afford it. They could definitely pay the price if they were willing to. I don't know if they'd be willing to. They've paid that price in the past. The thing that they've kind of done here with these signings, they've guaranteed some money to receivers, and they're in a better spot than they were last year. I do think that one thing they've kind of done with this build, it's not that they won't spend money on the position. They're spending a good amount of money at the position. They are not investing the draft assets in the position in the way that some of the other teams tend to. That's the conversation that we attempted to have with Brandon Bean that day, was like, you could be drafting more, and then your room can be more fluid, because Shavers is a good example here. Let's say Shavers or Justin Shorter, right? Shorter was a 5th-round pick that didn't do anything, and Isaiah Hodgins. Yep. And when those picks don't work out, what happens? Like, you just replace them. You don't worry about it.
You definitely do not worry about it.
Right. When you sign Curtis Samuel or you sign Elijah Moore to a lesser extent and Josh Palmer, hopefully those go well. If they don't, there's a penalty to pay. If Curtis Samuel does not pop for them this year and really show what he showed at the end of the year, all of a sudden it's a 3-year deal with dead cap hits, and you're asking yourself how you're getting out from these hits, whereas with draft picks, that never happens. The guy doesn't work out, you just move right along. So
yeah, it doesn't hurt you financially at all.
That's kind of, to me, the Olave point. If they wanted to trade for him today and they were willing to pay the price, I would absolutely endorse it. But that would push somebody else out that they've kind of committed to in the form of actual guaranteed money dollars. I mean, even Elijah Moore is 1 year up to 5 guaranteed. And that's another point about this position. Elijah Moore for $5 million, if that's ultimately what he hits you on the cap, like that's a guy that's just off the street, and it's not a lot of money, but it matters. So
I'm kind of hoping he ends up being like the Leonard Floyd signing. Like they signed Leonard Floyd 2 years ago in June.
Okay.
And he led them in sacks.
If he is the Leonard Floyd signing, do they let him walk out the door and go play for San Francisco?
Probably.
They don't bring him back?
Probably.
Because what's 9.5 sacks?
9.5 sacks. What's the equivalent
what's that
in wide receiver?
As a receiver? Is that he leads them in receiving?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mac Hollins led them in touchdowns, and they let him walk out the door because they would have identified, like, okay, we think you're pretty good, but you're not that amount of money good. What's Elijah Moore's best case? Blowing up and going somewhere else?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Leads them in. I mean, I would think that there's almost no way, unless there's an injury, there's no way he leads them in targets, receptions, or yards.
No, I don't
but
think
maybe touchdowns.
Yeah, anybody could do it in touchdowns.
Everybody could do it. Anybody.
803-0550. Thanks, Bill, for the phone call. It's a nice cloudy-ish Monday. We've got a scramble we're playing in today.
We sure do.
Game face. Lock in.
I'm ready. I'm gonna
lock in.
I'm gonna leave here. I'm gonna go stretch.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's how I know you're taking it seriously.
I have a band in the bag.
Stretch band?
Stretch band.
Wow. Well, I know you take your craft quite seriously.
It's the craft. That's right.
803-0550. Hopefully we come out with a story. What's the best scramble story you've got? Oh, they all involve a team lying and pretending to shoot like a 46, right? Most scramble stories?
Yeah. There always is cheaters in every scramble.
Yeah. That's why I've long said the goal is to finish second.
Yeah.
Finish second. No one thinks you cheated.
Nobody thinks you cheated.
You finish first, everybody thinks you cheated.
Every single person there thinks you cheated.
Second place is the first winner at a scramble.
We're going to need at least one eagle today.
Yeah, I'd like to get an eagle.
I'd like to get an eagle today. There's an eagleable hole.
Yeah. Which one? The par 5 in the back?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of side lies. We're playing on a ski slope.
Yes.
At the Black Diamond course.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. This year, I think expectations will be right back where they've been for quite some time. This is a little bit about like the Leafs. The Leafs live in the pressure. And, Nate, for a long time, the Bills have lived in pressure. And last year was a year where I still think it was there, but it's almost like someone let a release valve out a little bit, right? You want to say that was Diggs and Davis and Hyde and Poyer or whoever, whatever. It felt like last year there was a little bit of pressure let out of that. And now we're back this year. The 1 seed is it. Right? Isn't this a season-long 1 seed race? They have a division that we think they should win.
Mm-hmm.
Their schedule in terms of who they match up with the NFC South, like, okay, that doesn't seem too tough. They will be pegged to be one of the top 3 teams, and if you beat the teams that you play against, Kansas City, Baltimore, like,
you should be in that position.
Close the stadium with the AFC Championship game. I put up a poll last week. What's the most likely scenario for the last game at Old Hallmark? And the overwhelming winner was AFC Championship game. Host it.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
Would you pick him to get it? I wonder if Mike McDaniel lasts the year, if he can make it out of the year.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised if he does. And the thing about them and how they've been built, the reason that the implosion opportunity exists with them, I think in large part is due to the personalities that they've really kind of made, the image that they've built that team in. And like, for me, it just would not surprise me in the least bit if Tyreek Hill gets traded before the season starts or at the trade deadline and never really be able to, I don't know, is a wide receiver the right player to look at and say he wasn't able to get them to a position where they were actually a contending team? They kind of had, I saw this, it was an image was it 2 years ago they won 70-20? It was 2 years ago, correct? Not this last year, the year before.
Yeah.
The direction that both franchises in that game, the Denver Broncos and the Miami Dolphins, went after that 70-20 game, kind of remarkable. Denver now has a quarterback. They made the playoffs last year. They have one of the best defenses in the league, and they kind of feel like they're here now as a legitimate AFC team. Maybe not contender yet, but a legitimate AFC team that could, push to win a division from the Chiefs. The Dolphins, they have not been the same team since that game. I mean, the next week, Buffalo absolutely beat the brakes off of them. The NFL's weird, man. I just, thinking about that, thinking about where those two teams are, almost that 70-20 win kind of ruined them.
Well, definitely created an expectation that they were going to be.
They were just going to be a track team that you couldn't, and they just haven't been a wagon offensively. All the players, it feels like the Chubb trade, terrible for them. Didn't play last year and got hurt the year before.
Yeah, they've had their injuries that have been a piece of this. And, of course, they paid Tua.
They did pay Tua against pretty much everyone's. I don't know that a lot of people agreed with that move. They kind of painted themselves into a corner, though, because they got the coach, probably the only coach that could get out of Tua what Tua's getting statistically.
All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's on vacation this week. Nate is in today. We got a scramble coming up later. Joe's playing with us, and Steve in Rochester called in with a golf scramble story. What's up, Steve?
Hey, good luck today in the scramble, first off. Have you ever seen the videos of the top two teams finishing in a scramble, and they surprise them with a shoot-off?
Yes.
One hole?
Yes.
And everybody watches?
Yes, where to make sure everyone can then judge if this team actually did shoot 15 under.
Yes, I think it's such a great idea because no one ever believes the top team, as to your point earlier.
Yeah. I've never actually been at one of those. I would like to. I think it'd be fun. Because, and Nate, you can speak to this, for the golfers out there, if you've played however many rounds of golf in your entire life, how many times have you been able to hit a shot with 40 people watching and the pressure of that and the potential payoff if you stick a shot from 130 close to prove that you are worthy of the scramble win?
Yeah.
I feel like a finishing hole, it's the nice thing about country clubs when people are watching on the 18th. That's the best part. Hitting in with a crowd.
Lancaster, Lockport. Who else has Park.
Mm-hmm.
Really good.
Mm-hmm.
CCB, also very good. Waterfalls thing up top. Yeah, Scrambles are tough. I prefer, so I just played in a 3-man scramble, but the 2-man scramble is the one scramble that you could have. You have a team you have two-player teams, so you have an audit within that. Someone else is keeping your score.
Yeah, there are 2 teams in your foursome.
Correct.
Yeah, right.
So there's a little bit of, surveillance on that, but I agree. If you're the team, to me, no one is good enough in a 4-man scramble format to basically on any course around here to break 60. No one is good enough to do that. No one is good enough to do that.
What will you say tomorrow morning when we come in having shot a 59 today? What will you say?
Be a great problem to have.
If you play in scrambles, life in every scramble is walking off the 18th being like,
I think we got a really good chance here.
But also 10 under, we're like, man, should have been 14, man. We just missed so many putts.
Oh, my God.
Oh, so close.
How many lip outs? Could have been. It could have been.
Yeah, what could have been?
What could have been is always the conversation.
803-0550. A conversation on jersey burning when we get back.
Oh, yeah.
That's going on. Adam, if you're on hold, you can stick with us. We'll get to your call as well. Have had a couple calls on receiver because of that Olave report that, there's teams out there calling about Olave. Why are we talking about receiver? Because people are calling and talking about it with us. So, sometimes that's going to happen. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. So on calls. And jersey burning, a hot take for you on jersey burning when we return. I'll tell you the thought I have on this, though, on the Leafs. Because some of the reporting up there, you've got your quotes from the players that lose that game in Game 7, and whatever. Austin Matthews says there's too many passengers. Sometimes I think that might be what a guy says in that spot. The thing I think about is David Alter tweeted that fans were booing every time Mitch Marner touched the puck. And an Austin Matthews jersey was thrown on the ice in the middle of play. Marchand had a devastating comment. Brad Marchand's comment about the Leafs, talking about how their team is basically forced to live with unbelievable pressure all the time. And they're not even big games because he's won the Stanley Cup. When you've won the Stanley Cup, this is not a big game. And just the immense pressure that is constantly on top of the Toronto Maple Leafs. He talked about that. And the thing I wonder about it, Nate, is will we ever get like that about the Bills? Will we ever go that far on pressure on them? Or, because we might even be there on the Sabres, where your team is your love, but also your enemy.
Yeah.
Because life is wonderful, but also limited, and you want something better. That's the thought I had. Will we ever get like that on the Bills? Because what's the biggest difference between the Leafs and the Bills? The Bills don't fail to show up in the playoffs, but they do hit their head, right? They do find a ceiling. And I don't think anybody gets there on Allen, and probably shouldn't. But past that...
But isn't because of Allen why the pressure exists?
Yeah.
In the first place?
Yeah.
Like, if you have Brock Purdy, I'm not sure the same pressure exists.
He's expensive now, so...
He's now very expensive.
Yeah.
But he's not like... No one's going to look back in the history of the league and say, well, that guy never got one.
Right.
They'll look back and say that about Josh. Josh Allen will be in a very small group of elite players at the position that never won one.
Hopefully he gets to one, because
Yes.
Purdy has been to one. This year, I think expectations will be right back where they've been for quite some time. This is a little bit about like the Leafs. The Leafs live in the pressure. And, Nate, for a long time, the Bills have lived in pressure. And last year was a year where I still think it was there, but it's almost like someone let a release valve out a little bit, right? You want to say that was Diggs and Davis and Hyde and Poyer or whoever, whatever. it felt like last year there was a little bit of pressure let out of that. And now we're back this year. The 1 seed is it, right? Isn't this a season-long 1 seed race? They have a division that we think they should win.
Mm-hmm.
Their schedule in terms of who they match up with the NFC South, like, okay, that doesn't seem too tough. They will be pegged to be one of the top 3 teams, and if you beat the teams that you play against, Kansas City, Baltimore, like,
you should be in that position.
Close the stadium with the AFC Championship game. I put up a poll last week. What's the most likely scenario for the last game at Old Highmark? And the overwhelming winner was AFC Championship game. Host it.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
Would you pick him to get it? Good morning. Elimination time once again for the Toronto Maple Leafs as they fall in Game 7 to the Florida Panthers, getting blown out in their own building, losing 6-1. The Leafs have not advanced to a conference final in almost 25 years now. Almost 25 years now. They have not been to one since 2002. Florida will now go on to face the Carolina Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Final. Game 1 is Tuesday. The Western Conference Finals are set as well in the NHL. The Dallas Stars defeated the Winnipeg Jets on Saturday, 2-1 in overtime. They'll face off against the Edmonton Oilers in Game 1 on Wednesday. Over in the NBA, Conference Finals over there are set as well. The Thunder blew out the Nuggets last night, Game 7, 125-93. Thunder take on the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 on Tuesday. And over in the Eastern Conference, the New York Knicks take on the Indiana Pacers. Game 1 is on Wednesday. The NLL Finals continued on last night. The Bandits fall to the Rush 11-10 with the series now tied at 1. Both teams will come back to Buffalo for a winner-takes-all Game 3 on Saturday at 4:30 at KeyBank Center. If the Bandits win, they'll complete their three-peat. And Scottie Scheffler took home the PGA Championship yesterday for the first time. He won by a landslide at Quail Hollow, shooting 11 under par, which was 5 strokes better than everyone else in the field. The next major is the U.S. Open, which starts in June at Oakmont Country Club in Pennsylvania. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I don't have any thoughts right now. I mean, yeah, like I said, pretty devastated with what just happened. I've always enjoyed this team and this city, like I've always said.
Is there not just a small part of you that thinks maybe it would be better to just move on?
Like I said, I haven't thought about anything. Just thought about coming here every day and trying to put my best foot forward and help this team win hockey games and help try to win that ultimate goal.
Mitch Marner following the Leafs' loss to the Panthers in Game 7 last night. Yee, tough. Brad Marchand, stat of the day. We had it earlier. We'll have it again. Brad Marchand becomes the first NHL player in history to have 5 winner-take-all wins against one franchise, the Leafs. So 4 times with Boston, once with Florida. 5 wins in winner-take-all series with the Leafs. Tough.
And there couldn't be if I was a Leafs fan, there couldn't be one player that I would less want to be owned by than Brad Marchand. You pick, there are, I don't know how many hundreds of players there are. I would rather any other player have that over me than Brad Marchand.
You think I'm kidding, but they should sign him in the offseason.
The Sabres?
No, the Leafs.
Oh, the Leafs, yes.
The Leafs
absolutely should, yes.
Get that guy. What if he had a really bad play and it would be 6 in a row and he beat the Leafs?
Nice.
Yeah. He's going to hold out from training camp.
Yeah, who knows? Anyway, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out this week. Nate is in for Joe. I got a quick thing for you. Just came across my feed. They're burning jerseys up there. It's jersey burning season.
Yeah.
Sometimes this happens when your favorite player leaves and signs for another team. In this case, I saw a video of a gentleman in the late hours of last night putting a Matthews jersey on a fire and then some other Leafs jerseys on a fire. I've never burned a jersey.
I have also never burned a jersey.
Can I make a quick thought to everybody out there? If you're ever someone that thinks about burning a jersey, here's my idea. Don't. Because 20-year-old jerseys are always awesome. You having a jersey of a guy that played for your team 20 years ago, when is that ever not a good thing to have? I have jerseys of players that I don't like anymore, but whatever.
Yep.
I have a Latrell Sprewell Golden State Warriors jersey.
It's a good jersey.
He choked his coach. What am I going to do, burn it?
No.
It's still cool to have it. And whether that's if we do shows, hey, what's the most obscure Bills jersey you have? And the people that call with Bills or Sabres obscure jerseys, having that thing is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you got mad at the guy because he had a holding penalty. You're going to burn it. 5 years later, you're going to wish you had that jersey.
I told you guys, so I've never burned one. I have thrown away a jersey.
What a mistake. Which one? Who was it?
It was a white slug Tyler Myers jersey as I was walking into, is it Scotiabank? Is that the...
That's what it is now, yeah.
Okay, so I was in Toronto watching by the way, peak drought. It was Sabres in Toronto. No one was in the arena in Toronto. That was the year that Kessel, I should say, that was the year that the news about him stopping at the hot dog stand before every game was right down. So this was peak. Toronto was bad. The Sabres were bad. I was walking into the building and I realized that I was embarrassed that I was wearing this jersey. Why did I show up here wearing a white slughead Tyler Myers jersey? I was like, you know what? I'm not going to miss this. It's going in the trash. Took it off.
That's an elite jersey. I would pay good money for that jersey.
You know who else would pay good money? I just looked on eBay. Found one. $178. You just threw it in the trash.
I did throw it in the trash, yeah.
Why? Why ever throw a jersey away?
I felt...
Jerseys are like living time capsules that you can just put on at any time you want.
I do have for me, I have a very good Antoine Winfield white Bills.
That's nice.
Bills jersey. That, as a kid when I got it, was way too big for me. So I never got to wear it. In adulthood, unfortunately, the XL fits now.
All right, we'll start wearing Antoine Winfield around town. I had the jerseys I've lost. I've mentioned many times, I grew up a Giants fan, and I don't have these jerseys. I would have lost these, and I'm sad to not have my Ron Dane Giants jersey. Come on.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I had a Jason Sehorn jersey.
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's a really good jersey.
I haven't seen that one in decades. What else do I have? I have a Spiller jersey, I think. I have Diggs still. Stevie Johnson.
I had an Allen Iverson on the Denver Nuggets jersey.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Imagine the Stevie Johnson jersey. He drops the ball against the Steelers, and I'm like, I got to burn it. What are you nuts?
Yeah. I do not. Again, as a person who has one time thrown a jersey away, I simply cannot understand after a game going, honey, could you come out to the back? I need you to film me burning this jersey.
I know. I don't get it.
And yeah,
it's to go viral, of course,
yes,
right? Or something. It's to get on the internet for burning your favorite player's jersey. I mean, they did it to LeBron.
They
did it
to LeBron, and then he came back.
That's right. It's the old. They don't boo nobodies. They don't burn jerseys of nobodies, or do they? I don't know. Adam in Buffalo. Hey, Adam, what's up?
How's it going, Jeremy, Nate?
Good.
I'm the pole vault kid from the Olympics, if that rings a bell or holds any spot in your memory bank. But we were talking about wide receivers earlier, and Elijah Moore just really doesn't do it for me. I know we're in, and we kind of have the signing and everything, but what do you guys feel about a young guy from Green Bay like Romeo Dobbs, like a chance on maybe bringing him on, even if not this year, next year? He led the league in either red zone receptions or even touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken. So his production seems there, and it's not that we have a problem scoring points, but I would just rather have someone who seems like is more prevalent now. Elijah Moore to me is, I don't see much upside with him, but I guess I just wanted to get your take and see how easy it would be to kind of get out from underneath something like that.
To get out from under Elijah Moore?
Yeah, like just in case, things don't pan out. I'm an optimist. I'd love to see things go well, but, I don't want to be too bound to him when it seems like there's better talent out there.
Okay.
Even like you guys are saying, Chris Olave too,
Yeah.
I'd rather him than Moore.
Before we get to that, I searched pole vault kid from the Olympics, and it says it's Mondo Duplantis. Is that you?
No. During the Olympics time, I chimed in and gave my 2 cents on pole vaulting because that was what I did in high school. You guys were kind of asking about little things.
Okay. Do you know Armand Mondo Duplantis?
I most certainly do not.
Oh, all right. Well, he is the pole vault kid from the Olympics. Apparently, 2020 and 2024, he won gold. Swedish American.
Oh.
There you go.
Sweet.
Now you know.
All right, well, good for him.
Thanks, Adam. I love it. Great answer. Sweet. Mondo Duplantis. Yeah, like getting out from under Moore. I'll say this, like on Moore, I think Elijah Moore has a higher ceiling than nearly every other
Bills
last ditch idea that they've had. Like
yes,
Eddie Isabella, MVS, last couple Chase Claypool. A lot of those signings were, and you can see that in the guaranteed money. A lot of those guys, guaranteed money was 1 or less, 1.1, 1.5, and Moore they had to give a little bit more to. And I think there's some ceiling there. I think there's definitely potential there with Moore. Like whatever. The receiver conversation for the Bills doesn't seem to want to go away. Many of you might think it's because we are constantly bringing it up. The reason it's constantly brought up is it's a position that they kind of turn over. And the last couple of years, whether it was, post Diggs and Davis, and this year it was post Cooper and Hollins both left, and, Palmer comes in and then Elijah Moore. So it has had plenty of turnover. We've also talked about defensive end a lot, which is a position that's turned over a bit in the last couple of years. So, getting a guy from Green Bay, the fun fact on this for me, as we look at how the Bills have built, the Bills have a receiving group that has whatever you want to say, like some unproven guys or some maybe untapped potential guys. You could say that about Palmer for sure.
Sure.
When I've seen him play with the Chargers, I've liked him. Moore, you could say that about him, untapped potential. Keon Coleman, we're still waiting to see that potential realized. The one thing the Bills maybe get confused with here is they're not exactly a team that is frugal at receiver. And what I mean by that is if you go to like the salary cap, how much they're spending on position. There's the cap and then there's the money you spend per year. So here's an example, right? Like Justin Jefferson is, what's his AAV? 35, but his cap hit in a year is 8.
Mm-hmm.
So it can get kind of funky on how you want to look at it. If you go just to wide receiver and all teams and what they spend AAV just this year, the Bills are actually spending a good amount of money on wide receivers this year. It's not like they are cashing in on not paying the position. The teams that are doing that, Green Bay is, as you mentioned, Adam, Green Bay is one of them. Their entire receiving core makes like $11 million.
They've got a lot of bodies there.
They do. They've just drafted a bunch.
Yep.
They drafted 2 more this
year. That's
year.
how you keep your average down.
That's a good way to manage the cap.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most expensive Packers receiver makes 3.5. I was looking at this on AP. I'll pull it up here so I make sure that I get it right. Combined AAV on certain positions. Every single Packers receiver comes in under Curtis Samuel. Comes in maybe even under on AAV Elijah Moore if he gets to that $5 million. To drive home the point about what drafting does at that position. So I think their receivers are better than last year going in. That's a good step. But and again, they can do it this way if they want. They decided to draft the defense. There's a lot of different ways to win. They could absolutely win. Here we are saying they're like the favorite for the 1 seed, but they're not really getting like tremendous value at the position with the way that they've done it. We'll see if it works, and if they get enough production. That's all that matters. Is get the production, you should be good to go.
Yeah, the Elijah Moore piece. I have a little interest in him. He's to me the one guy I look at that could be their number 2 or their number 5. You kind of feel like that with a bunch of those guys, except you might have even said this. He's the only receiver on the roster that's had 100 targets in back-to-back seasons.
Yeah.
So, terrible quarterback play. I mean, he just has had, of any of the wide receivers that have been drafted in the top 2 rounds over the last couple of seasons, there might not be a better example of a player who's played with worse quarterbacks than Elijah Moore. I mean, it's the 2 probably worst franchises of the last decade. The Browns and the Jets. Just terrible quarterback play. So he brings a little promise to me in that he could end up being the player that he was kind of touted to be coming out of college. There was a lot of excitement when he was drafted by the Jets in the second round. A lot of people were surprised he made it to the second round. So, yeah, I don't know. I've got a little bit of excitement for him. I don't know what it's going to be, but I feel like if I'm looking at this group, outside of Keon Coleman and hoping he's good, I would say that I kind of hope Elijah Moore is good. But you even said it. Mm-hmm. What's the best case scenario for Elijah Moore? He has a great season, and then he signs somewhere else.
And you wouldn't want to pay him 14,
I don't think
15.
so.
Right.
I don't think so. Unless he could change my mind about that.
CJ in Buffalo. Hey, CJ, what's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, I got a question. I just want to word it the right way so nobody thinks I'm, against Sean McDermott being the head coach. But I do have questions based on, I guess, a combination of things. One, you have a quarterback that is, I want to say, 24-5 in the playoffs when it comes to touchdown-interception ratio. I could have the number wrong, but he's the greatest ever when it comes to that. So it's not your quarterback. Secondly, the Chiefs don't score 30 all season, but every year they score 30 in the playoffs, seemingly against the Bills. That's coaching, if you ask me. Next, then you go to the draft, and we're heavy on defensive players for the draft, not to mention the schedule this year. If you put all of that together, how much pressure is on the head coach and a GM not only to get the 1 seed because it's favorable, because you have a defensive-minded head coach. Your quarterback shows up every year. I mean, last year he proved he didn't need Diggs. Even a GM will tell you, hey, look, we felt as though we were still scoring 30 a game. It's not the quarterback. It's not the offense. It's strictly on defense and coaching. When it comes to this year, how much pressure in the last season of this stadium do you put on a GM and a head coach? Because if this year ends like pretty much every other year, it's not your quarterback, what do? Do you stay there and accept consistency, or do you say, let's just run it back again? And I truly believe, nothing changes.
Thanks, CJ.
If they had the same season this year, nothing would change. If you looked at 32 franchises in the NFL right now, a head coach and general manager, outside of Kansas City, Los Angeles, the Rams, is there another team that you could think of that would be maybe in front of or with the Bills with the two safest general managers and head coaches in place?
Well, what I would say to that is I'm gonna change how I have approached this in the past. If you are thinking about something like that happening, it's time to decide which one you think would go.
Yeah.
Not both.
Because both wouldn't happen.
I don't think both would happen. I think someone would stay and someone would go. And that is ultimately up to the owner. I'm with you. I think they're both probably very, very safe.
Very safe.
But it's not, to me, a clean house. It's someone would win that battle between the two of them. Not to indicate that I know that there's any sort of battle. Just, I think that if it's going as well as it's going and you think, well, something is holding us back, you would identify one of the two. The coaching, as CJ has said, he thinks it's coaching, or the GM is not getting players good enough for the coach. And that could be anybody's opinion. The approval rankings of the GM and the coach might be about the same, might be different. You might have people more approving of the GM than the coach. I don't know. But I don't think they're a package deal.
I don't think they are either. Like, my mind immediately goes to who was here first.
Right,
it was McDermott.
Was hired first.
But which would be more difficult to replace, a coach or a general manager?
That depends on how good.
I think it would be harder to replace a general manager than it would be a head coach. Like a good general manager.
Yeah.
There just aren't a lot of them. And they usually aren't just available. So to me, it would be head coach.
I don't think I would agree with that. Coaches turn over faster.
They do.
There are more of those. How many good GMs are there? According to the national media, there are like 2.
Yeah, I would say
it's Howie Roseman and Eric DeCosta.
I think there are very few.
There's a
really
few.
Good. I probably put Brandon Beane amongst the group of good general managers.
Top what?
7.
Okay. I've seen like a bunch of like GM rankings, and he comes in right around 7 usually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think you could find. The Bears just found a first-time head coach that we don't know if he's really good yet.
We don't know if he's good.
Don't know if he's good. But though they exist out there and they haven't even been like, to me, you can't, if the Bills were to fire Brandon Beane, you can't hire a first-time general manager to replace him.
Okay.
Cannot.
If you fire Sean McDermott, can you hire a first-time head coach?
Yes.
Depends on who that is.
Agreed.
Would you hire, who got the jobs this cycle?
Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore? Liam Cohen? Would you hire Aaron Glenn? Would you hire, who else got jobs this cycle? Are any of those guys getting that job? I mean, Liam Cohen, maybe, if you want to lean into offense. And again, that's where you would get to it. Again, like we've gone pretty far. We've gone from they're probably going to get the 1 seed to who would be the coach. Sorry. You asked me which would be tougher to replace. I think the answer is that as long as the Bills have Josh Allen, I will feel like they will win 13 games every year. And if they're not winning 13 games, we need to look into why.
Yeah.
Whether that's the offensive coordinator is a problem. They left him dry at receiver. The offensive line has fallen apart. The defense is a disaster. Like, you should be winning 12 to 13 games pretty much every year, and if you're not, I'm looking into why. So as you bring up that idea, that's all I want to say is if they decided, which I don't think they would, something's got to change, it would be one of the two. It would be who wins and who goes. Allie in Buffalo. Allie or Ali?
Hey, guys. Yeah, it was Ali, yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to touch base on that number 1 seed talk with you guys earlier.
Yeah.
I was still at work, but it kind of reminds me of back in the day with Manning and Brady, how Manning could never beat Brady, and he was always going into New England, and then finally when they won the Super Bowl, Brady had to come into Indianapolis, and Manning beat him. So, I mean, I feel like if we do get the 1 seed, like, that could be our chance to actually finally overcome the Chiefs if we play them in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Just wanted your thoughts on that. And then with the whole jersey thing, I actually won a Sammy Watkins autographed jersey with the Ralph Wilson logo on it after we drafted him in a silent auction. And I almost gave it away to somebody just to get rid of it because I felt like Manuel ruined his career.
Right.
But I wound up keeping it, and then he goes on to win the Super Bowl with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Just wanted to get those thoughts out there and just see what you guys had to say. And you guys have a great day.
Thanks, man. Yeah, never get rid of a jersey. Never get rid of jerseys. I've got Henrik Tallinder. I've got a Miro Shatan red. I've got a Tim Connolly. Never get rid of jerseys. Shatan got traded. What, am I going to burn it? Please. The jersey's great to bust out every once in a while. Jerseys going way back. Nothing better. And, teams change their looks. Yeah, what was the other part of that? What else did he say, Nate?
Oh, about finally getting the Chiefs at home for the AFC Championship game.
Yes.
But they have gotten them in the divisional game.
Okay, here's there's a fun question Joe asked me, and maybe I asked Joe last week. The Bills will host the AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want that to be against the Chiefs or
the field
or anybody else?
I mean, I would want it against somebody else if I had the chance.
Just anybody else or the Chiefs? Forget record.
Anybody else?
Whoever the team is, they went 12-5. Would you like that to be the Chiefs or anybody else?
Anyone else?
Same.
I don't need to beat them.
I don't either. It's not because I'm afraid.
I don't need to.
I knock them out in the divisional round and then take on somebody else.
Yeah.
That's the perfect path to me.
Yeah, I don't need to. I do not, in any scenario the Bills win a Super Bowl, I do not need them to have beaten Kansas City to get there.
Yeah.
I will not have cared. Everyone else will make it a thing.
You're a Knicks fan. You're 2 rounds away from winning the NBA title.
Yeah.
Do you care who they beat? I mean, beating the Celtics might have been nice.
Beating the Celtics was nice. I would tell you that I'm glad they did have to beat the Celtics to go through it.
But did they beat the Celtics, or did they kind of get lucky along the way?
They won 2 in Boston.
Yeah, that's right, because Boston shot like 1% from 3.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't have to apologize for getting lucky.
That's right. That's exactly it.
That's it.
So if the Bills don't have to face Kansas City because someone else beats them.
Into it.
Yeah, good. Works for me.
What if the Chiefs just missed the playoffs?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Wouldn't it be great though?
Yeah, it would be awesome. Yeah.
803-0550.
Yes, that'd be good. Be good by me.
Yeah.
Feel free, Chiefs.
We got a jersey burning story and a wide receiver call. Digging it. Happy Monday. Thanks for hanging out with us. Give us a call, 803-0550. We'll roll through more phone calls here on WGR. I wonder if Mike McDaniel lasts the year, if he can make it out of the year.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised if he does. And the thing about them and how they've been built, the reason that the implosion opportunity exists with them, I think in large part is due to the personalities that they've really kind of made the image that they've built that team in. And like, for me, it just would not surprise me in the least bit if Tyreek Hill gets traded before the season starts or at the trade deadline and never really be able to, I don't know, is a wide receiver the right player to look at and say he wasn't able to get them to a position where they were actually a contending team? They kind of had, I saw this, it was an image was it 2 years ago they won 70-20? It was 2 years ago, correct? Not this last year, the year before.
Yeah.
The direction that both franchises in that game, the Denver Broncos and the Miami Dolphins, went after that 70-20 game, kind of remarkable. Denver now has a quarterback. They made the playoffs last year. They have one of the best defenses in the league, and they kind of feel like they're here now as a legitimate AFC team. Maybe not contender yet, but a legitimate AFC team that could, push to win a division from the Chiefs. The Dolphins, they have not been the same team since that game. I mean, the next week, Buffalo absolutely beat the brakes off of them. The NFL's weird, man. I just, thinking about that, thinking about where those two teams are, almost that 70-20 win kind of ruined them.
Well, definitely created an expectation that they were going to be.
They were just going to be a track team that you couldn't, and they just haven't been a wagon offensively. All the players, it feels like the Chubb trade terrible for them. Didn't play last year and got hurt the year before.
Yeah, they've had their injuries that have been a piece of this. And, of course, they paid Tua.
They did pay Tua against pretty much everyone's. I don't know that a lot of people agreed with that move. They kind of painted themselves into a corner, though, because they got the coach, probably the only coach that could get out of Tua what Tua's getting statistically.
This year, I think expectations will be right back where they've been for quite some time. This is a little bit about like the Leafs. The Leafs live in the pressure. And, Nate, for a long time, the Bills have lived in pressure. And last year was a year where I still think it was there, but it's almost like someone let a release valve out a little bit, right? You want to say that was Diggs and Davis and Hyde and Poyer or whoever, whatever. It felt like last year there was a little bit of pressure let out of that. And now we're back this year. The 1 seed is it, right? Isn't this a season-long 1 seed race? They have a division that we think they should win. Mm-hmm. Their schedule in terms of who they match up with the NFC South, like, okay, that doesn't seem too tough. They will be pegged to be one of the top 3 teams, and if you beat the teams that you play against, Kansas City, Baltimore, like,
you should be in that position.
Close the stadium with the AFC Championship game. I put up a poll last week. What's the most likely scenario for the last game at Old Highmark? And the overwhelming winner was AFC Championship game. Host it.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
Would you pick them to get it?
I believe the Patriots will be one of the surprise teams this year. They are to me what the Commanders were last year. I know Jaden Daniels was stepping in, but the Commanders gave the Eagles a run, and I could see the Patriots doing the same with the Buffalo Bills this year.
Adam Schefter. Patriots are favored in 11 of their 17 games as of right now. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. We'll see him later. We're playing in a golf tournament to benefit the 11-day power play. Me, you, Sal, and Joe. Nate's here for Joe.
First time we've ever done a
All
scramble,
four of
us. Yeah.
Yes.
This is one of those ones where the best part about this is, hey, work, we're playing a scramble. It's work today. I got to work.
It is. I do have to go to work. Long day.
Long Monday.
Yep.
Work in the morning, and then I got to get off to this golf tournament.
Got to go to play golf.
Got to play golf.
Got to punch in.
Yep. We'll be out there.
Got to clock in for the scramble today.
It is scramble season.
It is. We're in the swing. We're in the scramble swing right now.
Scramble season starts about now and goes for the whole summer. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us. The quick thing on the Caleb Williams story. So Seth Wickersham's got a book about the young quarterbacks, and in there's a bombshell that he didn't want to go to the Bears. They were trying to work up antitrust stuff to see if they could push him off the Bears. He wanted to go to the Vikings. And also that when he was there in his first season, that no one would watch tape with him. He was kind of...
Yeah, that's wild.
Here you go. Have a good time. Watch some tape in there. And, what happens in spots like this? Sometimes the older generation will say, these kids. And saw Boomer Esiason laying into Caleb Williams, among others. I don't know. Guy comes in, he wants to learn, and the organization is not set up to completely dedicate everything they can to making their young quarterback ready to watch film the way they want him to.
That's pretty crazy to me.
I would be betting big on Ben Johnson to get more out of Williams than what Matt Eberflus and that staff did.
It was always curious why they brought Eberflus back. He wasn't a good coach before. You were giving him an opportunity in his last year to guide your rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Whoever the head coach was going to be, you were still getting Caleb Williams. So that didn't make a lot of sense to me. But
803-0550. Jim on a cell is up next. Hey, Jim.
Hey, good morning, guys. Always love listening to you.
Thanks.
Real quick with the jerseys, I had two that I threw out because I went cheap and bought the screen printed, Lawyer Malloy and a J.P. Lossman. I don't feel bad about those.
Yeah.
Reason I'm calling is my sister-in-law grew up in Wisconsin, diehard Cubs fan. When Kerry Wood left the Cubs, she burned his jersey in a bonfire in my backyard while they were visiting.
Why?
And I'm not a Cubs historian, okay? So I don't know the timeline, but then he came back to the Cubs. I don't know if he pitched that perfect game after he came back, but I do know that she regrets burning that jersey for sure.
Yeah. So the thanks Jim. Kerry Wood was awesome. He has the record, right, for strikeouts in a 9-inning game. He tied Roger Clemens with 20 strikeouts in a 9-inning game.
Kerry Wood's one of the greatest pitchers of the era.
Yeah.
Short, did not have the long career. But yeah, that's I feel fine about a Tyler Myers. Again, I didn't burn it. I threw it away. I feel fine about a Tyler Myers slug jersey because I'm not worried about him, it being like, oh, wow, what an era to remember. It's not really a lot to remember.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe Cubs fans could say the same thing. I mean, they didn't do a whole lot of winning before they finally broke the curse. But
so I'm going through this. I don't think he ever got a perfect game or a no-hitter. He got a one-hitter. But it's a great example of how this is where if this game were played today, the next-gen stats version would say it was the single most dominant performance, even though there was one hit given up. It was a one-hit, no-walk, 20-strikeout game. You've got guys that'll throw a no-hitter with 3 walks, and guy makes a great defensive play in center field, and then not really dominating, just kind of, it's a noteworthy thing to get a no-hitter, but it's not always that you were dominant. Sometimes you were just good enough. And Kerry Wood that day, 20 strikeouts, like, man.
Crazy.
It was his 5th career start.
Fifth career start,
struck out 20 guys.
Wow.
Yeah. Skeens had a big day yesterday.
He did.
And the Pirates blew it up. Right?
He's going to get traded, right?
I mean, boy.
He's getting traded. Maybe, I think I saw a thing from Jeff Passan that it could be this year at the trade deadline.
I mean, that would be nuts.
Yeah.
The Pirates, Skeens has allowed 7 earned runs in 4 starts this month, and he is 0-4.
Yeah.
7 runs.
He should want to be out, by the way. He should want to not be there. Right? He should want to leave.
Sure.
They don't pay in Pittsburgh anyways.
All right, it's 9:39. If we made it long enough in the day where I can tell my golf story, people will not be as mad as they might have been at like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m.
You should tell it, yeah.
All right, so Owen, get in on this because, all right. So I'm approaching getting a new driver. All right, like I'm on the, it's on the radar. I'm gonna get a driver. Talked about it with my wife. Like, hey, Father's Day and my birthday, they're close. Like, how about I just go ahead and get a new driver and we call it a day? Deal. All right, sweet. So I've been, how do I you say this delicately? Using Owen's driver whenever we play together.
How do you say this delicately? I just use someone else's driver.
He just hands it to me after he hits, and I just hit his driver. And
Interesting.
I have liked it. I have enjoyed it. Like, this is a nice new club, brand new club for Owen.
Yeah, it rocks.
You hit it great. I hit it pretty well and got in my head like, you know what? I'm probably going to buy this driver. So last week, I play terribly. Not with Owen. I play without Owen. So I don't have his driver. I have my driver. And I play terribly. And it's like in my head how bad. It's so deep in my head that I'm like, you know, I shouldn't get this driver. I should just probably quit golf. Because it shouldn't have this effect on me where I'm so mad or so sad that I've dedicated decades of my life to this game that I do love, and I'm just the same level of okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's
to
fine.
Probably kind of bad.
To sometimes good. To maybe I just shouldn't care this much, and I should just give it up. I got kids. I shouldn't play golf anymore. And my wife says, you know, relax. Why don't you go get that driver?
Go get the driver.
Go get it today. Like, I don't know. It feels stupid. This driver's not going to fix my game. And go get the club. Like, all right, fine. So I get in the car and I go to get the club. I'm going to go to the store where I know it is, and I know which one because I've hit it for 2.5, 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. This is not a hit it twice. Owen and I, we play, you know, a number of times. Yeah. I've hit it a bunch. I'm like, I'm going to get this club. I walk in, I pick the club out, I show it to the guy. He goes, I would never hit that club. Why? Oh, you don't want that club. I've been hitting it for weeks. He said, you don't want it. You don't want this club. And in my head, I'm thinking, I can't buy this driver today. I'll be the dumbest person alive. I'm the guy that played bad 3 times in a row and thinks, I'm just going to buy a club. It's going to fix my game. On the way to get it, I'm thinking, I'm going to remember this moment. Excuse me, I sneeze. I'm going to remember this moment, and forever when I play this club, I'm going to think, remember when you bought that when you were mentally weak and you hated yourself? And you I don't want to associate this. I'm just a weak, broken golfer out to buy a club on the way to get it. And I'm thinking, this is just terrible. Why would I do this? This is dumb.
You don't want to put that bad juju on the club.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Walk in the store, pick it up, ready to hit it at the little bay, thinking the whole time like, it's like that meme of the girl who's dancing but crying at the same time.
Yes.
That was me.
Yes.
Like, get this stupid club. I hate golf.
It's like the Sydney Sweeney meme where it's her crying and there's always like someone singing in the shower, except it's just someone telling Jeremy, you really should go get that driver.
You should get this.
Yeah.
So I started to take a couple swings with it, and you know they're watching me taking the swing, and the guy comes over. He's like, you know what? Let me take a look at your swing. He starts to correct something on my swing. Like the last thing I need is another voice. I see people from I don't need your voice on this. I know I'm messed up now. I know I'm in the wrong place.
Oh.
So after that happens, I put the club down on the counter. I walked right out and drove home. Like I got to get out of here.
That is some willpower.
I just not doing it.
So
I'm not in the right headspace.
See, you're not in the right state of mind.
Yeah.
I will add. I saw Molly. I haven't told you this yet. I saw your wife the other day. I was playing just alone right after work, like I might do today. And I was teeing off on 5, and she was walking right behind me, and she goes, "Is that the club that Jared keeps talking about?"
Yeah.
He's been talking about it in his sleep. He's been talking about it so much.
Man, I hit it well. I hit it well.
Let me take a picture of it. I got to get all the information here.
Molly genuinely cares about Jeremy's golf game. Like, she has, 2 years ago, she got you a hybrid.
I think she pretends. She only cares about it because
she did a lot of research. She reached out to me. She's like, hey, I'm between these. Which one, base, shaft? I'm like, okay, all right. I think she cares.
She cares because I get unreasonably like, what's wrong with you today? Like, I don't want to talk about it. I played so bad at golf that it's not even fun anymore, and I should probably quit. So, yeah, so she knew which club, and she said, just go get it. You can go ahead and get it. Anyway, I didn't get it. And
anyways,
I didn't get it.
Didn't get it. Got permission.
I got home, and she said, where's the club? I said, I didn't get it. And her response was, I'm so confused. I said, you have no idea how confused I am. I went, and I didn't get it. So, fast forward to this weekend, and I hit my own driver, and I played a lot better. And it feels like my current driver is like someone you're in a rocky relationship, and my current driver is like giving me one last like, hey, don't give up on us. We've had a lot of memories together,
I mean, not to add into your uneasy situation with yours, but I'll give you my driver to go take to this scramble today. It's in my car right now.
Boy, that's an interesting proposition.
Right?
I'm going to get fitted. I'm just going to get a driver. I'm going to get fitted. But I just want you to know that what I needed, Nate, was to have a couple good rounds, because now I feel like I'm ready to have a healthy relationship with my new driver.
Instead of a negative
as opposed to just going out and finding something real fast on a rebound. Now I'm in a much healthier space.
Today I am using a new set of irons that I've been waiting for to come, and they finally came in last night. Put the Arcos in, put them in the bag, without even going to the range beforehand. I am going to use them today in the scramble.
Wow.
So if the irons aren't sharp, just understand that that's going to be why. Driver and wedges, they'll be good, but new irons today.
We're playing for the 11-day power play today, helping raise money for that. Holiday Valley, the Par for a Cause. So if you can get out there to that. If you're playing, we'll see you out there. And do I want to bring that driver? I just hit mine. Hit mine really well for a couple rounds.
You're going to get in your own head about it. I would just say,
I think I'm going to
stick with what's going on.
I think I am.
Think about how much further those are going to go now.
I think if you had both in the bag,
when you're not being the voice of reason here,
it wouldn't hurt if both were in your bag. No one's walking up to the bag counting clubs.
I did think, by the way, that once we got there, I'd probably ask you to hit your driver.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd already in my head thought, like, what if I just hit yours?
I could just ask Nate to hit his driver.
What if I just hit yours?
That's funny.
All right, Extendo Sports coming up. Indulging my golf story. Extendo Sports, and then Zach and Derek had the Extra Point Show coming up today, so stay tuned for that. It's Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Nate's in today, tomorrow, Wednesday as well here on WGR. Yeah, I wonder if Mike McDaniel lasts the year, if he can make it out of the year.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised if he does. And the thing about them and how they've been built, the reason that the implosion opportunity exists with them, I think in large part is due to the personalities that they've really kind of made, the image that they've built that team in. And like, for me, it just would not surprise me in the least bit if Tyreek Hill gets traded before the season starts or at the trade deadline and never really be able to, I don't know, is a wide receiver the right player to look at and say he wasn't able to get them to a position where they were actually a contending team? They kind of had, I saw this, it was an image was it 2 years ago they won 70-20? It was 2 years ago, correct? Not this last year, the year before.
Yeah.
The direction that both franchises in that game, the Denver Broncos and the Miami Dolphins, went after that 70-20 game, kind of remarkable. Denver now has a quarterback. They made the playoffs last year. They have one of the best defenses in the league, and they kind of feel like they're here now as a legitimate AFC team. Maybe not contender yet, but a legitimate AFC team that could, push to win a division from the Chiefs. The Dolphins, They have not been the same team since that game. I mean, the next week, Buffalo absolutely beat the brakes off of them. The NFL's weird, man. I just, thinking about that, thinking about where those two teams are, almost that 70-20 win kind of ruined them.
Well, definitely created an expectation that they were going to be.
They were just going to be a track team that you
wagon.
couldn't. Yeah, and they just haven't been a wagon offensively. All the players, it feels like the Chubb trade, terrible for them. Didn't play last year and got hurt the year before.
Yeah, they've had their injuries that have been a piece of this, and of course they paid Tua.
They did pay Tua against pretty much everyone's. I don't know that a lot of people agreed with that move. They kind of painted themselves into a corner though, because they got the coach. Probably the only coach that could get out of Tua what Tua's getting statistically.
This year, I think expectations will be right back where they've been for quite some time. This is a little bit about like the Leafs. The Leafs live in the pressure. And, Nate, for a long time, the Bills have lived in pressure. And last year was a year where I still think it was there, but it's almost like someone let a release valve out a little bit, right? You want to say that was Diggs and Davis and Hyde and Poyer or whoever, whatever. It felt like last year there was a little bit of pressure let out of that. And now we're back this year. The 1 seed is it. Right? Isn't this a season-long 1-seed race? They have a division that we think they should win. Mm-hmm. Their schedule in terms of who they match up with the NFC South, okay, that doesn't seem too tough. They will be pegged to be one of the top 3 teams, and if you beat the teams that you play against, Kansas City, Baltimore,
you should be in that position.
Close the stadium with the AFC Championship game. I put up a poll last week. What's the most likely scenario for the last game at Old Hallmark? And the overwhelming winner was AFC Championship game. Host it.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
Would you pick him to get it? All right, we're starting to get information on Holiday Touchdown, the Bills Hallmark movie. Who will be starring in it, including which Bills players will be starring in it. So, a little bit ago, the Hallmark Channel tweeted out, Touchdown, Hallmark Channel and NFL teaming up with the Bills, and production starts today. Who's ready to celebrate? Countdown to Christmas. I guess that might be what it's called. Hashtag Countdown to Christmas. Maybe not. Anyway, Tony Danza is in this movie. Also, the Bills have tweeted out, it will feature cameos from Sean McDermott, Ray Davis, Damar Hamlin, Deion Dawkins, Dawson Knox, Reed Ferguson, Dwayne Carter, Josh Palmer. And legendary Bills alumni, Thurman Thomas, Jim Kelly, Steve Tasker, Andre Reed, and Scott Norwood. Your Holiday Touchdown cast.
Scott Norwood.
Yes. He will be in it.
Yeah. I see the Josh Palmer. Interesting. What is it just like these guys said yes, you think? Or were they strategically selected?
You know, if I was a fringe player, like a bubble player, I'd be like, give me that movie.
Give me that movie, right?
Give me that movie. It's in December. I'm sure it doesn't really,
Deion's going to be super fun in this. I think he's going to be a great...
There's nothing that Deion isn't super fun.
Yes, that's right.
Regardless.
He's great in everything. No doubt about it. All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. Schedule in the NHL tonight. There's nothing, right? You mentioned there's nothing.
Tonight.
There's no NBA. There's no NHL. There's no TGL.
No.
There's no Bandits. If I go to ESPN, I'm like, what's going to be on this schedule?
I don't know.
Is this the opposite of the sports equinox?
Yeah.
Like just the dead day?
Major League Baseball. That'll be what's on tonight.
Yeah, right. Baseball. That's it. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Listen, we could all use a night.
Speaking of which, men's lacrosse this weekend. Syracuse advances to the Final Four. Let's go. At Gillette. I might go to that.
I think if you can, you should.
I think I might go to that. We're going to Boston. We're taking a trip, doing some golfing, and I'm going to be out there, and Syracuse is going to be at Gillette. Maybe.
I think you should do it.
I can go watch another one of my sports teams lose in person. It happens to me.
I was disappointed Notre Dame lost. Penn State, but Penn State's got a good lacrosse program. Penn State Cornell is the other game. Wow.
Yeah. And
you should go.
And Syracuse, Maryland.
Yeah, you should go.
Maryland beat Georgetown along the way.
You should go to that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try to.
Take pics.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Full report on the scramble. I know everybody in the chat, all they want is to hear golf talk. They love the golf talk in the chat. So we will oblige. We will definitely give you the full recap.
Yeah. Hole by hole.
Yeah. For anyone that writes, who cares about golf talk, we'll get your number and text you the updates directly to your phone.
Live, if you'd prefer.
Yes. All right, we're back tomorrow.